Hey everybody. Alright. Oh. That was not what I intended to do. Okay, I'm back. You see a test pattern first thing. Yeah, so I'm breaking out the Analog Mega SG today for the first time in a while. If you don't know what that looks like, I've got a picture of my setup here. Hey Serial Wars. Yeah, so that's right next to me to my left is... That's the console I'm using, and there's my Switch that we'll be using later for Mario 35. I've got my cartridges ready. I've got Sonic the Hedgehog for Master System. And I've got Sonic for Game Gear. Hey, Kalaka Boy. Yeah, I'm breaking out the Mega SG for the first time in a while. Yeah, this actually is my childhood copy of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is basically my first proper modern video game growing up. And the copy for Master System I got from... I imported that from the UK, but because the North American let me just get the cartridge in there. Switch over to our layout. What's not an attractive device, the cartridge or the console? Just adjusting my layout here. This is the first time I've had chat visible with my Oh, Super Mario Bros. 35 is a... oh no, we're going to be playing with the Sega Genesis controller. Now, back in the day, this would have been played with the Master System controller, which I do have. Well, it's funny, well, the Mega SG is basically looking as much like a Genesis as possible without getting sued. So they've got to work with what they have there. But it's not about the looks, it's about what it does. And the Mega SG... is a console. My audio should be balanced good here. I'm gonna play this for 35 minutes, see how far we can get, and then get into Super Mario Bros. 35, which is basically a battle royale Super Mario Bros. Game. Which I just realized the last second my cable was a little wound up. Oh, okay. We're gonna restart there. I was just distracted by making sure I had everything ready to go. Now. This is my first time playing... Oh, it's Asian Mid-Autumn Festival. Yeah, you're talking about that. So they're going to view the moon as well. I didn't know that was another important aspect too. I knew mooncakes were a thing in Asian culture. Like, I think mooncakes I think originated from China and somewhat led to the fortune cookie in an indirect way. Yeah, excuse me. This is my first time playing with a corded controller in a number of months. Now I'm playing this with a frame here, with this television frame, and because on most Master System games there's a very large loading seam, and without that frame you can see on the bottom and on the side there's this big frame that they cover up with blue, but if that blue wasn't there you'd actually be seeing parts of the graphics loading in a garbled manner to form the actual picture that we're playing with. And so to mask it, they put that blue frame around it. They always use one of the colors that's already being used on the map. In this case, they use the blue color of the sky. Different games have different solutions for it. But on a period television, you typically couldn't see too much of that loading scene due to the curvature of the monitor you were playing on. Well, I mean, fortune cookies, like, it's a thing that started in America. But it was kind of derived from, like, it was sort of derived in Chinese restaurants that catered to U.S. Clients. Oh my goodness! Actually, I'm gonna reset there. I need 50 rings. This is not gonna be a speedrun thing where I'm resetting all the time. Now, I grew up with this game. I grew up with the Game Gear version, which is very similar but also very different. To the point where the world records for this version on Master System are considered distinct from the... Now, Dio-Chomp, are you familiar with this version of Sonic the Hedgehog? This 8-bit version of Sonic 1, are you familiar with this at all? Because these 8-bit tracks were actually remixed by Uzo Koshiro, the famous composer. He also did music for for some of the Ys games, for Streets of Rage. He actually did an 8-bit version of the Marble Zone theme. Now this theme... This game kind of has an interesting history. This is made by Ancient, and this is basically a 8-bit demake of Sonic the Hedgehog for Genesis, because Sonic was made to sell the Mega Drive or the Genesis and give Sega a strong mascot character to compete with Mario. But the Master System was doing so well in South America and in Europe, in the UK, that they actually commissioned an 8-bit version of this game from Ancient, which is Yuzo Koshiro's company. I believe this was their first game, I'm not sure. And in North America, Master System was doing very poorly, whereas in the UK it was selling very well, and in South America, they released this in North America in very limited quantities. And when they did so, they basically just took some of the European cartridges and had a sticker of a different UPC that would work with American cash registers, and glued that over the regular UPC that they would have used in Europe. And so if you have a North American copy of Sonic the Hedgehog, for Master System, it actually goes for several $100s. But it only goes for several $100s if you have it complete in box, because without the box, this is no different from a European copy of Sonic the Hedgehog, which only goes for like £3 or £4. And when I imported this, I actually paid more in the import fees than I did for the actual game. But at 91, I actually grew up with the Game Gear version of this, and this here is my childhood copy of this. If you're not familiar with Analog, they make clone systems. Oh, DioChamp, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope I could provide for you. Now, I shouldn't have skipped through that. I shouldn't have skipped that map screen, because the interesting thing about that map screen is that they used that map screen as the basis for how they made Sonic's world look. Oh yeah, I kind of have a bit of a background. You know, you stop by when you stop by. You're never too early or too late. You find the streamer you want to see when it's the right time, is how I always feel. Because there's some people I'll see in other people's chats for months, and I'm not even aware that they're a streamer. So then when I find them and it turns out, hey, there's someone. Now these here is a checkmark box. This is the checkpoint. So we won't need that, but now unlike the Genesis version where you have to go into the special stage in order to discover the Chaos Emeralds, here the Chaos Emeralds are hidden within the stages themselves. And our first one's going to be down here. Now my capture card doesn't really like the transparency effects in some games. Now here, it either wants to show the Chaos Emerald, or it wants to show nothing. It is flickering rapidly on my monitor view. Just to give you a quick sense of what I'm looking at here. Okay, if you look at... Okay, here's my setup. There we go. On the right, that monitor is what I'm playing on. And on the left is my monitor with my broadcast software and everything on it. So on the right monitor that I'm actually playing on, that was like, will it go longer than Monday? Possibly. If you're remembering the stream where it was like late at night and I couldn't really stay awake and I had to call it early, and I only made it about an hour and a half in. Oh yeah, well, I have two keyboards. Oh yeah, excuse me. I have two keyboards now. I forgot you can't see. I have one keyboard that's outright trash that I got from like a Rite Aid for like $4. The keyboard that you see there is a mechanical keyboard, which I'm gonna possibly have problems with when it comes time to play some DOS games, because it is a nice keyboard to type on, which is the main reason I got it, but for playing games on stream, it's gonna be very loud, and it's not the kind of loud that having a noise gate will make up for. Now, if you look at the map here, it's going to show a map of the world here, of Sonic's Island. And this is actually the earliest visual depiction in the Sonic, the history of Sonic, of the island that Sonic lives on. And so it was actually this 8-bit version, this relatively obscure 8-bit version, that was the basis for how Sonic's home world appeared in the beginning of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. One interesting thing about the Sonic movie is that it was made by Paramount, and Paramount and Sega actually used to belong, they used to be under the same parent company, which is Gulf and Western, and since then, they became separate entities, and purely by coincidence, Sega and Paramount, Paramount ended up putting out the Sonic movie. Now, you'll see, I can barely reach Robotnik here, but in the Game Gear version, due to the screen crunch, it's actually so easy to get to him that you can defeat him in a matter of moments. Now, there are no rings in this opening stage, and the boss stages have no rings in this version, and due to that, now it's a very frame-perfect trick to get to Robotnik while he's up high there, and it's actually a speedrun strat to even be able to reach him up there. You lived in Serial Ward says you lived in Portugal for a couple years. It was interesting seeing the retro console scene there. Sega dominated the video game scene in the 80s and 90s, all the way up until the release of the PS2. I heard that there are even different versions of the Master System being sold even to this day in South America. A lot of games, like, I believe that never even got that never came to the 8-bit systems in the consoles in North America or even in Europe were being released on Master System in South America and in Europe. Sega... Nintendo had a really... the Sega was much more prevalent in Europe in the 8-bit era. Basically, Nintendo had a really wacky launch rollout for the NES in Europe and in the UK, where there were different identical-looking versions of the NES that had games that looked identical, but they were cross-compatible. There was one that was just called Nintendo Entertainment System that was released by Mattel. There was a Mattel version, one called the PAL version, there was one called the European version, and then there was one called it said Nintendo Entertainment System NES Edition. This is back in the 90s. I'm not talking about the NES Classic. It said Nintendo Entertainment System on the front of the door of the cartridge flap. It said Nintendo Entertainment System NES version. And so there are all these different systems that were cross-compatible, and then the cartridges were very expensive. And in the UK and in Europe, where the home gaming scene was based more around home computers, where you could get very cheap floppy disks, when you'd see Nintendo cartridges for SNES or N64 at a retro store in Portugal, it would be in a glass case, regardless of condition, since they were so scarce. Mario Kart and Super NES was the equivalent of 130 euros. That's European currency. Wow. Now, I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with my chat. If the chat is too disruptive over the gameplay, let me know and I'll move it. I kind of moved it already. Sega had a much stronger presence in the European 8-bit scene. I know in the UK, at least, the Super Nintendo was able to get a foothold, but the NES really got no traction over there. Now, as you see here, they actually, in the game's files, they found an 8-bit remix. And it's a really nice 8-bit remix of the Marble Zone theme. Marble Zone being the first zone that would have been played in the second zone of the Genesis version. But I guess they decided that instead of... Actually, should I go back and get that one? I'm going to go back and get the Extra Life. It's too easy not to get. You found a Sonic promotional video for Saturn on a VHS tape that was promotional exclusive. You should have brought it. Oh, man. Yeah, that kind of stuff is really highly desired by collectors and preservationists these days. I know Hard for Games has done a lot of good work putting very rare promotional videotapes up on their channel. And like they had a promotional Nintendo tape that actually pretty much... Yeah, we got the Chaos Emerald. Now you may not have been able to see it depending on how the screen flicker worked out here. Now when you go through these stages, you typically want to get between 50 and 100 rings. Because if you get 100 rings, the counter resets and you get an extra life. But if you get there between 50 and 99 rings, you get to go to the special stage. The special stage is only used for collecting 1-ups. Yeah, the special stage is only for collecting 1-ups in this map. So you just... Oh my gosh. Now, the special stages in the Game Gear version are much easier, but there is one special stage that is modeled after a pinball table. There we go. One special... If you do not know how to collect that one up, it can be very frustrating, to say the least. In fact, there's even an infamous GIF about how hard that that continue box is to collect. But we got the extra life and the continue. It only shows up to 9 lives on the game screen, but it shows your full life count on the scoreboard between stages. So right now we actually do have 9 lives. Oh, we have 10 now. I don't think it shows more than 10, is it? Out in the no, it shows. Okay, so bridge. So yeah, that's what I was getting at. I drifted off before, but the Uzukashira... Now, this is something you hear... This is a very infamous stage, because this is one of the few auto-scrolling stages in the early Sonic's early gamography. There was no real standard for what a Sonic game was or wasn't. This was basically the second Sonic game ever developed. And I think they did a... And so they decided, hey, let's have an auto-scroller. And I grew up with the 8-bit Sonic games on Game Gear. So I don't have that much experience with Sonic on Genesis. So when I hear people talk about how bad it is that there's an auto-scroller here, I never really felt that way, because this was just what a Sonic game was to me. Now, no need to... The Game Gear version is I'm more familiar with it. So I don't want to take too many risks here, because sometimes my muscle memory will betray me, where I'll try to make a certain jump in this version that in the Game Gear would have been a safe jump to make, but on the Master System, the platform might be further apart or might not even exist at all, so I might end up losing a credit there that I don't mean to. There we go. Now we've got 50, we just want to keep it between 50 and 100 and not take any damage so we can get into the special stage. And get some more lives, because we're gonna need I generally burn lives at the final boss for the most part. We're probably not gonna get there in the 20 minutes. We're definitely not gonna get there in the 20 minutes we have, because this is just a warm up. We are going to, after, you know, however long at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours or more, depending on how much fun I have. I play Super Mario Bros. 35. We will be switching to Sonic for Game Gear, and we can check out the differences between those two versions of the game. The Game Gear version I do intend to complete, whereas this one we're just going to see how far we can get, probably about halfway through the game. Alright. Now, I think they did a good job playing to the strengths of the 8-bit hardware, because there are some parts... Now, here's the end of the auto-scrolling section and the end of the stage. Now, there are some parts, like the Green Hill was fairly accurate. Well, it was a completely new level, where they didn't use the same level layout at all, but the theming was the same. They made an 8-bit... Uzukashira composed an 8-bit remix of the Marble Zone theme. It's a really great rendition, I think superior to the Genesis version. Many of the tracks in here I do think are superior to the Genesis version, like Uzukashira's arrangement of the Scrap Brain theme, I think has a much better developed melody than the Genesis version. But they made... Oh gosh. Now that's not what you want to happen. When that happens, you could very easily lose control of the situation. Oh no. If I... No. I normally don't have so much of a problem here, but this is my first time playing this in a while. No. There we go. That's what we want to have happen. I would have went for the 1-up, but... Did I even... I don't even think I got anything. Did I? I don't know. I know I wasted so much time, but I didn't have a chance to really try to grab that 1-up. Yeah, all I did was add to my score there. I eventually get more lives for having a high score, but more... If I had to choose... I'd rather go for the 1-ups that are guaranteed. Now, each of the Robotnik boss fights... Now, if you notice in Act 3, you just go straight to Robotnik. There's no proper full act zone and then fight Robotnik at the end. The third act of each stage is basically just the Robotnik boss fight. Now, there's a 1-up back there I meant to get, but I forgot to, so... It's not worth taking a death here just to go back and get it. If I do happen to die, which is not likely. Now, the thing with these Robotnik fights, generally, if you know what to do and where to go, you can fight these bosses very easily without taking any deaths. But one nice thing is they do let you bring the shield between stages, so if you can manage to bring the shield into Act 3, you can use it in the fight with Robotnik, which is the closest you can get to getting an extra ring. I think they made these Robotnik boss fights, you know, perfect runs with no rings available to make up for the fact that, well, the stage is so short that they might as well make the boss fight that much harder. In general, the game is very easy. I've been playing this game throughout my childhood, the Game Gear version of it. I never beat it until I was playing it on stream. Now, mind you, but since the 90s, I really hadn't played through this game again properly and attempted to beat it until I started streaming. I mean, I played it on the 3DS Virtual Console, but I specifically didn't go for the ending because I wanted my first time beating it to be on stream. Now, this is a unique stage to the 8-bit version. This is Jungle Zone, which, while this does not appear in the Genesis version, and so this seems very weird for people who are familiar with the original version of Sonic on the 16-bit console, having a jungle is very appropriate to the theming of Sonic being, you know, nature versus technology and all that kind of thing. Oh my gosh. Now, this is not a bottomless pit down here, but I do want to get that one up. But as you can see here, they didn't feel that they had to be slavishly accurate to the Genesis version. So instead, even though they composed a version of the Marble Zone theme, instead of putting Marble Zone in the game, what they decided to do was make a new zone, I guess with all the swinging platforms and the lava flow sequences. I guess they decided that it wasn't a good fit for what the 8-bit hardware was best at. So instead, they made this new zone, that being the bridge zone, which had more of an emphasis on platforming. Hey, Mindscan, how you doing? Yeah, I'm playing... Well, actually, I'm not. I was going to say I'm playing this on my childhood cartridge, but I'm not. I'm playing this on the Analog Mega SG, which is not the prettiest console in the world. They made it as close to looking at like the Genesis as they can without getting sued over it. Now, down there, we're going to take this platform down there to get their next Chaos Emerald. Because it is... Oh my goodness, that's the first time I ever took a death there. So we'll see if we can redeem ourselves. Okay, well, we've had some earlier opinions in chat that the SG is not the prettiest looking system ever made. And if those who aren't familiar with the Mega SG, Analog makes systems that play the original cartridges via FPGA, which simply put is hardware emulation rather than software emulation. That's the simplest way to put it. It's using this specifically engineered chip that kind of shapeshifts in real time to simulate the hardware that the cartridge is meant to be running on, as opposed to having generic hardware that is, generic hardware that's just running a software-based emulator. And what I like about that is that I'm able to play the cartridges in real time. So whereas a system like the Retron would you're basically dumping the ROM off of the cartridge and then playing the ROM on an emulator. Whereas here, you're actually playing the cartridge in real time. And because of that, that's desired among a lot of people because it allows a higher degree of accuracy in a lot of cases. Though for some games, like in this game for instance, the speedrunning community accepts emulator-based runs because the emulation on PC is so highly accurate at this point. Oh, you have the Hyperdub SG with the see-through case. I got the black one just because it's more accurate to how a Genesis would have looked. I actually got this... You could say that this system is actually... Yeah, when I pre-ordered the Mega SG, that's basically the moment when I decided I was going to seriously attempt to get into streaming. Because the main reason I got the Mega SG was so that I could... Oh no. Yeah, the main reason I got the Mega SG was so that I could play a Genesis game. Now, I don't have to recollect the Chaos Emerald, fortunately. It's so that I could play Sonic the Hedgehog using my own childhood cartridge on the Game Gear. Because I grew up with the 8-bit versions of these games on Game Gear, but for now I'm playing the Genesis version. Oh, you have a couple of Mega SGs. You have the white one. Right? Isn't the Genesis, the Mega Drive, wasn't it a white console in Japan? I know the Saturn was definitely white in Japan. I haven't looked up the Japanese Mega Drive lately. What I find kind of funny is how they ended up releasing the Mark III, which was the original, like the Mark III is kind of the westernized version. No, the Mega Drive, the Master System. Oh, it's black and red with green buttons. Oh, okay. Now excuse me. I have to get the names of all these systems straight. The Master System is the westernized version of the Sega Mark III. And I think the naming convention is kind of silly, Mark III, because it should have been called the Mark II, because there's the SG-1000, which is the original Sega home console. Then they made the Mark II, which was a redesigned SG-1000. Then they made the Mark III, which was an actual proper next-generation system, because the SG-1000 was kind of equivalent to the ColecoVision in terms of its the kind of games it was playing. And then the Master System, or the SG-1000 / Master System was what you see here, something on par with, perhaps a little more powerful with than, in some instances, the NES. And then, now this stage here, this does not scroll downwards. You have Kid Icarus type logic, where whatever is, if it goes off the screen, it no longer exists within Sonic's world. So I have to be very careful if I jump, because if it goes 1 pixel off screen, then Sonic will instantly die. So it's kind of like Kid Icarus or Contra, or one of those kind of games. Let's pretend that there's lava rising, and that's chasing Sonic. I don't know. It's kind of ridiculous, because, like, what within Sonic's world is actually killing him? In the Game Gear version, I guess because of the screen crunch, they thought it would be fairer to not have the ratchet scrolling here. Oh, red and blue. Well, it's in my mind, I'm imagining the. Look at that! I got killed there. The platform wasn't even off screen, and it killed me there. Okay. This one stage in particular here is probably the most radical difference between the Game Gear and the Master System versions. Now, when they made this for Master System. The home console version of this was never released in Japan. The home console version of this 8-bit Sonic game that I'm playing here was only released in South America and in Europe. And it was released in South America, Europe, and very limited quantities in North America. In North America, this game actually was the final release for the Master System in very limited quantities, which is why it's so rare today. The North American version, which is... Oh, I thought I had to... For some reason, I forgot how the stage was laid out. I thought I had to scroll to the right here. I had to keep jumping up, and it eventually puts me in a spot that then leads me to the right. I thought I had to go right there, so that's why I died there. So, really, the sort of ratchet scrolling here has cost me more lives than I normally go through on a playthrough of this once I'm properly familiar with this. So we're definitely... let's try to get to the next zone before our 8 minutes are up. Because we just have to get through this, and then fight the Robotnik battle at the end. And we can at least see what lap... Oh my gosh. Okay, a combination of my muscle memory being more used to the Game Gear version I've been playing my whole life, and the ratchet scrolling are costing me more credits than I normally would at this point. Now, I have to make this jump now. Okay. You can fortunately make it even if... I'm surprised it's not a problem I've had more frequently. But I do have to say, I think this right here is the most times I've ever died playing this version of the stage. I was like right near the end too, and that's what messed me up, because I had to keep going up is what happened. I had to keep going up. And this, well, the Game Gear version of this... Okay, that's what I had to go to the left instead of to the right. That's what happened. Alright, so we can beat Robotnik and see what the boss is like here. Now, in 7 minutes, I'm going to be switching to Super Mario Bros. 35. Which I've never played before. I went to the title screen just to test the audio for it, but I haven't actually played it, so I don't really know what I'm in for. Now, in this one, there's this area here looks... The camera is set up so that it looks like you're gonna die if you jump down there. See how it doesn't scroll down, but yeah, you can actually just jump down there. I believe in the game... No, oh, that's what I was getting at before. Oh my gosh, that was close. Yeah, so this was made for Master System, with the intention of it being a Master System game. Then they ported it and redesigned it. Yeah, it came out today. I haven't played it yet, though. I booted it up just to try to test the audio and make sure my audio balancing is alright. Because that is as a different ideal audio level. Than this, so I'm gonna have to adjust my game audio so that it's not too loud or too quiet. But I already have the settings, I just have to manually redo them. And there's not really much of a point in making a Nintendo Switch specific setting. Oh my gosh, I almost got him. Almost got him. Yeah, there are no rings in these boss fights because the boss stages are so short. Okay, I forgot this level does not have the ratchet scrolling, so yeah, I've not played Mario 35 yet, and there's no point in really making a Nintendo Switch pre-made game audio setting because the audio in different Switch games varies so much. This is gonna be the second Switch game I ever played on stream. The first being Undertale, which I already played it. I already played Undertale on my own years ago, but I played through it again. Alright. Yeah, the Bomb Blast kind of have this area of effect thing going on, where the area where the bomb blows up, it remains a hazard for I guess a couple of milliseconds after the actual bomb explosion goes off screen, and I guess that's what got me there. Yeah, normally I do not lose this many lives at this point. Okay. We're going to... Oh, there we go. And I do like this Robotnik theme is much more energetic. Yeah, the Genesis version, it's menacing, it's a great theme, but that bomb will kill me if I touch it, even after Robotnik's death animation starts. Alright, there we go. Yeah, but the Robotnik theme here, I feel is I like it, well, I'm biased because I grew up with this. I heard this first, before I heard the Genesis version. But you get interesting opinions on this, especially from American gamers, because most American for instance, I love James Rolfe's stuff, and his AVGN review, someone recommended him, Sonic the Hedgehog, and now this is Labyrinth Zone, on the 8-bit, and I think the theme here is much more, energetic. I like it more. I know, the Genesis version is very chill and kind of relaxing, whereas this really feels more like, oh, the game's getting harder, you're in this labyrinth with all these traps, are you gonna make it in time, are you gonna drown, are you gonna get lost, it feels, I think, has more bite to it. The Genesis theme theme for Labyrinth is a great theme. I just feel like, I'm partial to this one. Oh my gosh, I forgot that you can encounter those spikes from the side. I'm forgetting some of the minor sort of rules as to how some of the collision and hazards work with this game. But for instance, he said, oh, I guess he got recommended Sonic Labyrinth and Sonic Blast for Game Gear. And those are both what I would consider bad games. And as Sonic Labyrinth I actually did play at the time. Sonic Blast I didn't play till years after the fact. But he said, oh, well, it's not fair to judge those games because those were for a handheld system. But I'm like, no, there were great Sonic games for the Game Gear, like what I'm playing right now. This is a fantastic game. Sonic Triple Trouble. If that released on a cartridge for the Genesis as the exact same game pretty much, I feel like that would have been a remembered Sonic Classic that kind of gets a lot less attention because it was on the handheld. So there were great handheld Sonic games and great 8-bit Sonic games where they really didn't let the system's hardware hold it back. They really played to the strengths of what the system was capable of. Now, Sonic 2, I don't like that much. I didn't beat it as a kid. I tried streaming it, and when I streamed it, I could not get past the first act of the second world. I was just stuck there pretty much. Now, we only have a minute and a half left. Let's see how far we can get. So we got through basically... When you get to Labyrinth here, you're basically in the back half of the game. Now, the interesting... in the Genesis version of this game, the worlds you play through or the zones you play through are Green Hill, Marble, Spring Yard, Starlight, Labyrinth and Starlight, or is it Starlight and Labyrinth? And then, you play Labyrinth, Spring Yard, Labyrinth, Starlight, and then Scrap Brain. Here you play through Green Hill, then Green Hill, Bridge Zone, Jungle Zone. Oh, I forgot that was there. Yeah, Green Hill, Bridge, Jungle, Labyrinth, Scrap Brain, and then something else, which I won't spoil if you're going to stick around for later in the stream, because I am going to beat the Game Gear version of this later, or at least attempt to. I mean, I've beaten the Game Gear version multiple times on stream already, so I shouldn't have too much of a problem with it, especially since that's the version I'm more familiar with. But when I play, the game does not end with Scrap Brain in this version. It has, I think, a much more satisfying ending, which you'll... Now look at that. You could have either a 1-up or 10 rings. I think we'll go with the 1-up, even though let's beat this stage, and then we'll switch to our Mario 35. Hey. Now I do like with those poles there. The poles in the background, Sonic passes in front of. The poles in the foreground, Sonic passes behind, which is pretty neat. So we are going to switch over to there we go. Yeah. So this is my test pattern here. We're going to switch over to Nintendo Switch. But to do that, we're going to have to first change our title. Super Mario. Does Twitch have a category for this yet? Yay, Super Mario Brothers 35. First playthrough. Blind playthrough. Okay, so we got our stream title updated. And now I just got to... Actually, okay. There's something I did not consider here. Here we go. No. There we go. We want our audio to be 25.5. 25.5 for the game audio. Now I just have to switch my HDMI cable out. Yeah, the setup I have makes it rather simple to switch consoles that are all running off HDMI. Alright. Yes, I'm gonna use the test card girl for when I'm changing consoles. then, but for taking like a self-care break and getting up and stretching and getting more water and stuff like that, that's when I'm going to use my break screen with my the artwork I have. All right. Just grab a swig of water. Now, let's get started. Now, I'm playing with the Switch Pro controller here. Now, my audio should be balanced decently, based on my previous experiments. But, that being said, my previous experiments did only involve the title screen. So if I didn't quite get it right, let me know. If my audio for my voice is too loud or too quiet, or my voice audio is too quiet. Oh, I have a choice of different icons, huh? Well, I guess you unlock more as you go along. No, let's go with the mushroom. Course practice. Let's see what this is about. Okay, you have to unlock the practice courses? Okay. I have no idea if, what I'm about to play... Oh. Okay. Wait, is this actually just playing Super... Oh my gosh. That is... Sorry, I've never played Super Mario Brothers using... I never played Super Mario Brothers... Oh, you have to hold A to... I never played this... Yeah, when I'm running with Y and jumping with B, my thumb is poking against the right thumbstick, which is not something I'm used to. And also, this is really freaky because when I stomp enemies and get coins, I actually feel vibration from it. When I took that hit there just now, I'm just getting... Wow, I didn't think I'd actually genuinely need practice with this, but... Hey, Mindscan, I'll see you back soon. Yeah, I'm using the Switch Pro controller, which I've never played Super Mario Brothers with this controller before, so... And I'm using the Y and B here. My thumb is bumping against the joystick, which is not something I've ever had happen before in any other game I've played. So it just feels... I'm going to change the controls probably to be based on X and A instead of Y and B. But it feels so weird playing Super Mario Brothers with force feedback. I like the D-pad on this. I actually got the Switch Pro controller specifically so I could have a proper D-pad. Yeah, I really do like the D-pad on here a lot. Some don't like it that much. I like it fine. Nintendo, I've never played a Nintendo system that has a D-pad I didn't like. I mean, well, technically the Joy-Con, but that just flat out doesn't have a D-pad, which is kind of the problem in the first place. Yeah, it feels... Yeah, this is just playing Super Mario Brothers. Now, it seems like taking out large numbers of enemies very quickly is going to be essential in this. Now, what do you think of this layout? Do you like this? Because I could zoom this in so it's just the game screen. Because I never really played this before, I didn't really know how the interface would be. Because obviously, Super Mario Brothers is just a 4x, it's just a square like 4x3 game, or 4x4 or whatever. My day's been good. Yeah, a lot of it's been just getting other things out the way so I could focus on this. Now, let's see options. Movement D-pad. A, B. A, B. Oh, okay. Those are my only options. Okay. Yeah, I thought it would be more customizable because I would have liked X and A. I could only choose Y and B or A and B. So I guess I just have to deal with that. 35-player battle. Petition and online matches may result in your nickname game sets being shared within the game or online. Can we handle that kind of pressure, chat? I think so. Oh, you like my overlays? Okay, thank you. Because these are these overlays are pretty much the same as they've been since the beginning. This is actually my first ever widescreen overlay. Because I've only... This is my first non-retro game, and even this is still kind of a retro game. Hey, World 1-1. Let's go for it. Let's do it. This is the first online game whatsoever. What? Did my camera freeze up? Oh, come on. I'm canceling. Hold on. Why did my camera freeze up? Alright, hold on. This is not a problem I've really had online before, so excuse me. Okay, I'm back. Am I back? Okay. Hold on. I'm just having straight into OBS. This is really weird. Okay, activate. Okay, there I am. I've never had that problem before, but I fixed it without having to restart OBS and the stream or anything. Now, okay, 35 player battle. Yeah, I just have a 720p Logitech webcam going through USB straight into SLOBS. Alright, I'm glad that happened before the camera was actually... Now, this game is only... Oh, okay. I'll see you around. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for dropping by, Snicks. Hey, yo, Barface, I missed your chat there. Don't... Yeah... You have the urge to buy a Travis Scott Mickey Dealmos despite being subjected to about 15 commercials of it recently. Well, the commercials are probably why. Oh man, look at all these other... Now, whenever I beat an enemy, it sends it to the other person's... to another person's game. When other people beat enemies, then I'm just as liable to have an enemy sent to me. Now, whoever's furthest ahead is able to send enemies my way. Oh, man. Well, they could send... There are a few different ways you could... I think right now it's just randomly... Like, those guys there? Those guys only appeared there because other people beat them, and they happen to appear in my game. It's saying, watch out. Hey. Okay. And see, look at that. We're just straight into the next stage. And look at, and where it says KO, that's a player that's been that's taken a death already. Now, theoretically, I don't know if like the more people, I don't know if the more enemies are... Look at all the enemies that are down there from all the people playing. Oh my gosh. Now, I don't know if playing further, if like the more, if the enemies that have already spawned in someone else's game, if someone beats those, do those in turn also get sent elsewhere? Now, with the right stick, I see I can move this cursor around. It's on the right side of the screen. Okay. And I'm out. I'm out. What messed me up there was the fact that I didn't realize until now. Defeat 20 enemies, single battle. Use item roulette. Level up. I came in 13th, so this is basically a battle royale kind of thing. Let's see. Do the rest of the stats fill in as other people are knocked out? Hey, thanks. Oh, Crazy Bats, Walrus, Cybery. Let's see who comes in first. And I guess I could reason the further it goes along, the more skilled the players are going to be. Seven. Okay, so coming in top 3 is... You're not considered a total loser if you can make it at least to the top 3, because those are the shiny ones. We only have 5 people left. Come on. Yeah. KFM Mecha came in 5. They're in the top 4. It was CP242. Did you hear about Nintendo going after websites selling the new Executor Switch Lite mod chip? I didn't hear about it, but it sounds pretty much par for the course for Nintendo, so... You know, I just would hope that whoever is going for that is doing so for legitimate purposes, such as it were, and not just to, you know, steal commercial games. Because that's Nintendo's primary concern. But they do... But those same things that could be used for, you know, pirating games, I only have 2 players left, and they're pretty good. And once someone dies, I mean, the next death is going to determine the second and first place. This is my first, like, Battle Royale style experience, so I'm just interested. Now, supposedly this game is only going to be online through to the end of March, because Nintendo's doing this stupid Disney Vault style release for their games lately. Are they gonna go through the entire doggone game like this? Jeez. And to a certain extent, it might be a lot calmer for the last 2 people playing because there are fewer people sending them garbage blocks. This game just came out today, and it's going to be online until the end of March, and then it's going away, according to Nintendo's official plans. At this point. And meanwhile, like, this is the game that I've had Switch since day one. I did not own a Nintendo. I did not subscribe to Nintendo Switch Online until yesterday, and specifically because of this game. Because I'm not big into online gaming, and then Nintendo's online gaming services aren't that yeah, that when I say I hope whoever's getting it was getting it for legitimate purposes, that's kind of what I mean, Serial Walrus. Because that, you know, there are a lot of non-piracy reasons. Okay, Luca came in first. All right. There are non-piracy reasons to go for to tinker with your systems, but Nintendo basically just makes it out to be it's nothing but piracy, so we're just going to go after any kind of modification or reverse engineering that's going on. And it's not nearly as bad as Japan, because, like, in America, you'll get sued. In Japan, they'll just come straight to your house and arrest you. Like, even stuff like, okay. Oh my gosh. That was embarrassing. I'm still getting used to this new controller. Wow, I was the second person to die. Oh, there's a spectate mode. Okay. Let's just get right back into it this time. How much was what, this game? Or the mod chip, or what? I see a collectible, I just don't know what you're referring to. I don't want to answer the wrong question. I know Japan's really cutthroat about stuff like that. Like, for instance, like, there were people that were doing, like, a fan translation for a game. You know, like how fan translations works? Yeah, their house got raided by the police for doing a fan translation. Like, they do not tolerate that kind of stuff in Japan compared to here. Like, in North America, like, the main concern is, like, oh, they might send me a cease and desist. Maybe they'll actually sue me. In Japan, like, if you're doing a fan translation or something like that, they will flat out, like SWAT your house, and you'll go to jail. And even stuff like renting games is illegal in Japan. Like, there's a bar that had a bunch of NES systems set up for people to play, like, or like a restaurant. It was like a juice bar or something, and they had like Super Nintendo or Super Famicom systems for people to play while they were there. The police shut that down. They really have no tolerance for a lot of the stuff we take for granted here in North America. So, okay, can I? Okay. Yeah, I see that even the... Oh man, I'm like spamming that poor one guy in particular. Oh man. Now I'm gonna let those guys drop down there. Take them all out at once. Wow. Man, I just destroyed that poor dude on the lower right. Let's pick... Oh man, and I'm out. And I'm out. Look at all those enemies I had down there waiting for me. What a mess. Oh man, this is fun. Oh, the Nintendo subscription? Well, right now I'm on the free trial right now. I think... I mean, there's like... There's like, I think the lowest tier is like $10. Of course, you get more of a value the longer of a subscription you commit to. I took the shortest one possible. I forgot. It was like $10 or something where it was like relatively negligible, and the first 7 days are free. If you cancel at the end of 7 days, if you cancel your auto-renew, you'll get it for actual free, but of course they have it set up so you have to have your payment stuff already in there. So... yeah, I'm using... I think Tetris... Oh no! Okay, good. I was able to... Okay, that was close. I thought I was gonna get bamboozled there and not be able to grab my super mushroom. Yeah, like, each time an enemy is defeated, it sort of adds to the net total of enemies that are sort of circulating, so to speak, is what it seems like what's going on. And then, but when you defeat enemies that have been sent to your game, it also sends those to someone else. Now, okay. I'm gonna choose... I'm going after the guy on the lower right now. I mean, the upper right. Wow, it even sent that piranha plant. So we have a weird... mixture. There we go. Wow, I'm doing pretty good right now. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, and oh, I see from the lower right that you can't access the warp zone. You can't access warp zones in this version of the game, so I'm doing insanely good. I mean, to a certain extent, me doing good is... That's why I like this. It's relatively approachable for me as an all... Oh, wow, I made 9th place. Actually, we're gonna... Where's my... I have it... Okay. 9th... yes, I do have a D20 here. I'm gonna use that to keep track of my best place so far. 9th place. That's the furthest we've gotten so far. So let's go in. Let's take another swing at it. I'm doing insanely good. Well, thank you. Yeah, this is the only online game. I did not think I'd be... I really didn't ever plan to play any sort of online game. Now, if Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had Block Fort in its online battle mode, I would be playing that online because Block Fort is my favorite course. But unfortunately, Block Fort is not featured. I'm attacking the upper left right now. In that order. Yeah, I'm going after the guy in the... Oh gosh. That did not go the way I hoped, but... yeah. And... oh no. I was hoping I'd get the mushroom and be able to like duck under the Goomba. 29th place. Alright. You have to hold... well, that's a good protection method. You have to hold the A button in order to... you have to hold A in order to confirm a decision. I mean, it doesn't take long at all to match the 35 players. We're gonna start with I'm gonna start attacking with the guy in the upper left. Just because I'm just going in reading order, kind of. Because English is read from... there we go. Oh no! Okay, I thought I'd be able to double back sooner. And even if you're like a Super Mario Bros. Speedrunner, I guess the muscle memory is so probably altered a great deal just because of all these new enemies. And he is attacking me back, which is fair enough. Now... now I'm utterly spamming the guy in the upper right with all these items right now. He's still on World 1-1. I'm already up to, it's really hard to get out of those pits. There we go. Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. This is a lot to keep track of at once, though. That's part of what's making this so tough. Now, I don't know what coins actually does to me. I mean, I don't know what collecting coins does for me. Oh no, almost, almost. Let's see, what's my placing here? What place did I get? Oh, 13th place. Not quite as good as last time, but we'll keep on going. Alright. Alright. Yeah, it's matching for matching 35 people together, it's doing this really quick. I mean, there's a huge boom of people playing right now. This is the day the game came out. And I'm glad I decided to stick with having the map, having the screen displayed the way I have it. Because seeing all these other players and just seeing who I'm attacking and who's attacking me is, oh no, I did not land on that hitbox just right. Do people at a consumer... I was so into this, I missed what Serial Wars was saying. Do people at consumer level using modifications get prosecuted by police in Japan? I believe so. Definitely people selling it, but people buying it, I think, can get in trouble too. I don't know what game was being translated that they got in trouble for, but it was... if you look it up, you could definitely find out... find probably at least one story, if not several, about it within the last several years. I know, like, the places that got rated for having playable Nintendo systems in public, that was within the last year, I think. That wasn't that long ago. Because I know, like, in North America, Nintendo tried to sue to prevent Blockbuster and other stores from renting out NES games. And they lost that lawsuit. And to sort of get back at them, what they did was they sent like spies into different video stores to see if they were photocopying the manuals for the games, and if they were photocopying the manuals, which are when the manuals themselves are copyrighted, they would sue them for that instead. So when it got to like the mid 90s, where Nintendo was trying to use Blockbuster to promote the Virtual Boy by having the Virtual Boy be rentable from Blockbuster, it was kind of a major change in their attitude. But they were not fans of rentals in Japan. I mean, in North America. And in Japan, it was outright. It was just outlawed explicitly. And actually, it was right after, I think, that the game rental ban went in place that Nintendo came out with the Famicom Disk System. Like, oh, you can't play your games for cheap, but you could get our disk system and be able to get our discs games for cheap by rewriting over your previous games. And then you have to rewrite them again if you want the same games back, so... this is not the level I expected to... Oh, wow. Okay. I'm, what, 1-3 now? Okay. No, it's hard keeping track of what's going on with all these different little windows. There we go. And I wonder what logic the game is using as to where these enemies should be placed at. Oh my gosh. Hey! Nice, I took out a bunch of enemies right before. Okay, we're back in World 1-1 with a ton of enemies in it. This is kind of over the top, but it's kind of what I signed up for, so let's... Wow, I'm in the top like 4 or 5 now? Oh, I'm in the top 9. Oh gosh. That's not what we wanted to happen there. And it's funny seeing like red Koopas and stuff that normally wouldn't appear in this stage. Alright. Ah! Someone got far enough that there are doggone Hammer Brothers he's sending at me. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't consider. The further you can get, I guess the easier it'll be to send more dangerous enemies that appear later in the game at your opponents. But we'll oh my gosh. Oh boy. Come on. Oh man, I'm in the top 6. I think this is the furthest I've gotten so far. Hey. And here. Oh, these freaking... Oh! I was looking at the Hammer Brothers, not at the red Paracupa that was down there. But, hey! Wow, number 2! Not bad. Hey! All that's left is... There's only Final Victory left at this point. And I think I'll be coming in 2nd place so soon. And I'm not going to say I'm good. I mean, maybe everyone else just sucks, but I'm having fun either way. Alright. Crispy Nips? Oh my gosh. I do not want to go into a doggone Bowser stage right now. I'll stick with these early levels of Super Mario, the earliest levels I can choose that I'm most familiar with. But then most people are going to be most familiar with them, so... Here we go. Alright. That was flat out me pressing A instead of B to jump. Oh my gosh. Because on an NES controller you press A to jump. Or whatever, but alright, let's try again. That was embarrassing. In about a half hour, I'm gonna take a stretch and a self-care break, you know, just for 6 minutes. And then we'll see how much longer I'll end up playing. Wow, someone died even faster than I did last time. They must have ran straight into that first Goomba. Okay. Hey, hey. Now, I don't know how to increase... What's the deal is with the time limit? Oh, each enemy I get another second is... Or in-game second, I guess? Is that what's going on here? Okay. Okay, that's loud and annoying. Oh, by the way, if my audio bouncing... Oh gosh, I didn't think about that. Oops. Hey, that's funny. In this version, if you get hit, you go back to being Super Mario instead of going back to being Small Mario. If you get hit as Flower Mario. Now, on one hand, I'm skipping all those enemies, and on the other hand, I could be sending all those enemies to my opponents. So, oh! I just didn't come off of that with the right momentum. And I made it to 17 out of 35. Hey, I went up a level at least. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, it's amazing how many enemies... I mean, even the most... If you're a Super Mario Bros. Speedrunner, to a certain extent, just the fact that the enemy placement is kind of random now, it kind of would probably mess up your reflexes a lot. I mean, you'd still be really great at the game, have more going for you than most people playing it, but knowing the regular game inside and out, in terms of just Twitch muscle memory of beating the stages, that doesn't put you at as big as an advantage. Like, if this was just racing the game, that would be one thing, but the idea of sending the enemies at each other, like, totally kind of changes the game. Alright. Did I get... Okay. I'm a little more used to... Yeah, I think I'm a lot better at... No, it's really fun going through there when you've been sent a lot of enemies and you go through there already invincible. Then it's just like, alright, just plow through them all. I haven't been particularly targeted this time so far. Yeah, I'm gonna take the lower path this time because the lower path definitely... Well, here there's some Goombas I can get, so I am gonna go up here for them. Alright, and we jump up here. Come on, come on. There we go. Now, I don't know, I almost wouldn't mind if there were a bunch of enemies down there, because if there were, then it means more opportunities for me to attack. Alright, we made it through that time. Hey, we're in ninth place. We're up to the top 9 now. Oh, I just realized. Okay, I'm back in World 1-1. No. Oh, getting additional fire flowers when I've already achieved. Now let's see how many. Now, the more guys I send at him, the more I guess he could send at me, because... Hey, we got it. Wow, I'm in the top 5? Okay. Oh. I'm just still not used to how quickly it just launches you straight into the next level. I'm used to having a few seconds to take a bit of a breather at the end of the stages, but here you don't have... You have no opportunity to rest. There we go. Oh, all that for only 1 second added? Oh, come on. Not for time, not now. Three. Okay, hey! Hey, 31. Oh man, I'm tearing it up right now. Okay. Oh man, I'm in the top 3? I'm in the top... Yeah, I'm in the top 3. Oh man. I won? I won! Wow. Hey, Mario... Hey... Mario Royale. We did it. Hey, that's fun. I'm getting a lot of bonus coins too. Wowee. Yeah, thank you. Hey, that's cool. You can access coin ranking from each new period. Oh wow, I got coins for using the item roulette. Cleared 35 courses and 30. Okay, I haven't gotten to 30 yet. I'm about halfway there, which means I've new icon. Wow, gotten a lot of new icons. Watermelon, Kirby SNES, Bloodshed. I'm just looking through, seeing if by some odd, incredibly unlikely chance I managed to see. Ah. So I've got victory in this level, so it has a special flag, I guess, there for that. This is definitely more fun than I was... I mean, I expected this to be good, but it's more fun than I was expecting. I mean, this is technically the first new release game I've played in a very long time, on stream or off. It's definitely the first modern game of any description that I've played on stream. Just by the fact that this is the game that finally got me to break out a 16:9 layout. I think that alone speaks a lot. Because I have, like, what? I have Super Lucky's Tale. I haven't played it yet. I'll go in blind to that on stream. And there we go. And the last Switch game I played was Undertale, which is not a retro game, but it's definitely retro-styled. So I really don't feel like that counts as a modern game. Well, I mean, it does, but it's... You know what I mean? Like a game with modern presentation style. Okay. Oh, speaking of Undertale, I don't think anyone here cares, but I did finish my Let's Play of Undertale over on my YouTube channel. It ended up being 5 parts. The game's about 5 hours long. Undertale is kind of the second game by Toby... I mean, Delta was kind of the second game by Toby Fox. The first game... Well, it's not... It's not really a sequel. It's not like Undertale 2 or anything like that, but it's definitely an interesting approach to continue an IP in. And I can't remember anything quite resembling that with any previous games that I've seen or played. Okay. So I definitely enjoyed it a lot, but if you didn't play Undertale, or see me play it on stream, you're probably not going to get that much out of it. Okay. And Deltarune, the interesting thing about that, it was like chapter 1 of like a multi-chapter project, and the first chapter was free. And I mean, 5 hours of RPG is not bad for something that's literally totally free. Okay. And plus, I'm not typically big into traditional RPGs, so I don't play, you know, this big, you know, 30, 40, 50 plus hour, like, epic things. So, I think, oh, okay, okay, now I realize what the coins are for. The coins are so I could activate the roulette boxes to get items to help me win. I see now. I didn't get that before. I'm like, why is it faded sometimes? Sometimes I can see it. Now I get what's going on. Oh my goodness. There are a whole bunch of enemies in this stage. Oh my goodness. Alright. Use item roulette once in a battle. Cleared 30 courses. Alright, so I have to clear a number of... Oh, it got Hammer Brothers? Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting I have to hold the button to affirm my decisions. 84, 83, 82, 81, 80, 77... Alright, here we go. Oh! Okay. Okay, that didn't happen before, but we can... Let's go for it. Alright. Yeah, we just have to start over. Okay, it's working good again. I was scared for a second, but... it shouldn't be a problem. Or a prolonged problem. In like another 16, 15 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and take a little stretch break. Okay, so every time I stomp an enemy, or defeat an enemy, oh my goodness, that gives me +2 seconds. Oh no! Okay. I thought I was slick enough to jump back on the platform as the Goomba came and wiped out everyone else, but it didn't happen. I mean, I mean, when you play any video game, you expect to have fun, but I have to say I didn't know what to expect, but I'm enjoying this more than I imagined I would, and I didn't expect to enjoy this a lot. I'm just gonna keep on moving and start defeating enemies as quickly as possible. Oh no, I didn't have the momentum to jump on both of those guys. Oh. Yeah, I'd been attacked more than normal. If I'd been able to keep going, I would have been able to probably get a lot of enemies sent to the guy I was highlighting. Alright, we're gonna keep on moving with this. Wow, 35 filled up almost instantly, it seems. Okay. I start on the upper right as usual. It's just easier to know, to be able to grab those brief glimpses at what's going on over there. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Now at least I know, oh gosh, at least I know why I should be collecting coins, because for a while, that was quite unclear. Oh yeah. There we go. And we're on to the next stage. I wonder if the... Yeah, I'm just so... I think what's... I know it's cost me several lives already, is just not being used to getting launched so rapidly into the next area. Oh. Well, shucks. And we are... Hey! And I like how it instantly... That's the first time I've used it to actual effect. And I like how it gives you the power-up instantly. It doesn't make you have to grab the item out of the stage as though it came out of a mushroom block or something like that. Oh, he's trying to go to a warp zone. The guy in the upper right that I'm targeting right now. Oh, come on. All I want to do... There we go. I was standing too close for him to come out the pipe. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Not what I wanted to see. There we go. At least we're on the next stage. Now we're back in 1-1 with a ton of enemies right off the bat. A ton of enemies means a ton of opportunities for attacks, so... And if the enemies are really conveniently placed like here, it's not so bad. Okay, I'm going to that... You see where I'm targeting now? That's that guy on the left over there. Oh my gosh, that was very close. That was me being distracted by the interface and missing my mushroom because of it. And once I missed the mushroom, like, I was just... I was so thrown off that I couldn't salvage it. Alright. Hey, got made it to 9, not bad. Wait. Oh, okay, this lets me see. Okay, so I can actually scroll around and see, look at each player. Alright, let's move on. We'll leave them to battle it out. We'll keep playing here. Yeah, this is tons of fun. We're gonna play for another 10 minutes, and then I'll take my, Oh! You know what? I was timing my jump as though there was only one goon because that's what I'm used to. And of course I'm the first out. We'll do it again. And that's another nice thing. Losing in this is so low stakes. There's a lot of games, like Battle Royale games, people get so heated, like, oh, like, this is so low stakes. Like, oops, I died. I just hop right back in and keep playing. Here we go. 2, 1. It looks like someone already got, like, disconnected on the left there. I don't know what's going on there. Alright. So we're doing good. Now, when I first was playing my first Super Mario game, I actually was properly learning to play. Well, the first one I had to myself was Super Mario Land on Game Boy, and when I gave the mushroom come out, I ate the mushroom. When the star came out, when the flower came out for the first time, I actually didn't collect it. Because I thought, oh, well, it's bad to walk on flowers, so I'm not going to touch the flower. And then eventually I realized, oh, like, I get a cool power-up if I collect the flower. Yeah, so that's my story of the first time I saw... Well, in Super Mario Land on Game Boy, it's a Super Ball flower rather than a fire flower, but that's the first time I saw the flower collectible in a Mario game. That was my line of logic. It was, oh, it's bad to step on flowers, so I might lose points or something if I step on that. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Now we don't need... Oh, I'm enjoying it. I expected this game to be fun. I'm having more fun than I planned on. Definitely going to be coming back to it. I think this has the potential to be my new warm-up game for the next few weeks, perhaps. As for what I'll be playing next as my main game, Klonoa was a good game. It just wasn't working well for my stream because it was just too puzzly. Like, the Klonoa game I played previously was Klonoa 2 on PlayStation 2, which was more of a point A to point B puzzler, whereas this game was a bit more puzzle. It was more emphasis on puzzle solving. Oh my goodness. Well, here's... Oh my god. Okay. Hey, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, you could actually see... You know, it's funny how they must have programmed... They had to specifically program in the jump behavior, the spring behavior for the Goomba on the spring. Like, I wonder if in the vanilla Super Mario Bros. ROM, if you were to hack it to have a Goomba fall on a spring, would the Goomba actually bounce off the spring in that way? Because in Super Mario Bros., there's never a situation where a Goomba could fall on a spring like that. So I wonder if that's something they had to build into the game to account for the fact that it's possible that previously enemies could appear in places where the original game would have never had them. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, for every 20 coins I get to use the item roulette box. You're gonna do yard work while listening to this stream? Alright. In a little while, I'm gonna be doing a 5-minute break, so I'll put on a variety of chips. I'll put on some chiptune music for you while I'm gone for that 6 minutes. And then when I come back, I'm gonna be doing more Sonic the Hedgehog. Which is what I was doing before, but okay. There we go. That's what I like. That's what I like to see. There we go. There we go. There we go. And... oh yeah. Yeah, we just attacked a bunch of adversaries by doing that. Oh, okay. I'm getting more confident in using the item roulette. I'm realizing how important the item roulette really is in this game. And now I realize the time up theme isn't about how much literal time I have left. It's about, I guess it's when it gets down to the top 5, which I'm in, so. Alright. There are only 4 people, only 3 other players left right now. Oh wow, it's only 2 other players left right now. Alright. Okay, I was hoping to be able to not have to... oh gosh. Alright. There we go. Okay. Sorry, just getting really tense at this point, so I go real quiet when it gets real tense. Okay. Yeah, enjoy your yard work if you can. I don't know if it's just mowing the lawn, which you can zone out during that to a certain extent, as long as your terrain isn't too challenging or dangerous or anything. Yeah, but then there are other things that are more involved and take a little more brain power. $16, $17. Okay, whew. That was scary. I had like just the perfect timing to deal with that. Hey. Okay, so if you collect a 1-up, you instantly get, I guess, a free use of the item roulette. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard the invincibility theme at the same time as the, yeah, that's just my timer. If you heard a weird buzzing there, it's a vibrating timer. So it's, okay. He's sending enemies to me, but I'm sending them to him just as fast, so... Oh my gosh. Hey. Alright, I'm sending a lot of enemies. But he's sending a lot to me, so... Oh gosh. Oh no, I wanted to hit it the other way so I can get all those guys, but... Yay. Okay, not bad. Not what I wanted, but I'll take it. And now that there are fewer players left, there's less opportunities to attack, or to be attacked. So it's now, to a certain extent, it seems like now it's just a matter of not dying. Oh, I just got spammed with a bunch of enemies, I think. No, no, that wasn't me. No, okay. It's not so much a matter of how many enemies I beat, but like the more enemies are defeated, the more go into circulation, because those same enemies are going to get sent back to other players when they're defeated. So it's just this net accumulation of enemies over the course of the game, I guess. I don't know if there's a system in place where it sort of removes them from circulation, so to speak. Nice. Okay. I need to collect this mushroom here. Without anything bad happening. Hey, we did it. Oh, shucks. At this point, we definitely need... Oh no! I was right. I was like a frame away from getting the Starman. Alright. Alright. So I'm going to take a... I'm going to take a 7-minute break. I'm going to... let's go to... We're going to turn... No, we want... Okay, we're gonna... There we go. So I will be back in 7 minutes. Oh, and we'll play a little more Super Mario 35 and then get into Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear. But I'm definitely going back to this stream as soon as I get back. So I will see you soon. back in time for a chiptune remix of the AVGN theme, but let's... okay. How about a... yeah. How about... yeah, how about... how about another 30 minutes of Super Mario Bros. 35. Then I'll move on to Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, yeah, I'm not doing too bad. I got what will I eat for lunch? You know, I already had my lunchy kind of thing. I usually, well, for breakfast I had grits and cheese and a couple of eggs. And then I had a couple of those stupid schmuckers, like frozen peanut butter jelly sandwich things for a little snacky, lunchy type thing before I went on streaming. It's not that I can't make my own peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's just that since I moved, there was this one particular type of bread that I always like to have. I always use this one particular type of bread, and when I moved away from New York, I couldn't find that bread anywhere, and since then I really haven't been into sandwiches much. Whereas if I need a dumb, jokey kind of snack thing, once in a blue moon, I'll get like a 4-pack of those Schmuckers pre-made peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It was the Arnold's white bread. And we have all kinds of Arnold's where I'm at now, but we don't have the one just Arnold's white bread. Because Wonder Bread is like so sticky, it's like plastic almost to me. You know what would be great? I think it would be great if there was some sound to go with this. Why am I down to like... was I standing still too long? Is that why my time is down so low all of a sudden? Because I was standing still trying to fix my audio. You know, I haven't gotten around enough to know if there's any like fresh breakers who can make me like a traditional like sandwich loaf, I guess, and slice it for me. I don't know if there are any bakers who let me do that. I do like fresh bread. Like, I know Whole Foods, I would go and get a loaf of their bread sometimes, but that's not the kind of bread that I would, like, make sandwiches with. And plus, like, Whole Foods is expensive no matter what you get. I used to joke that Whole Foods is like the Capitol in the Hunger Games, if you're familiar with those movies. Because in the Hunger Games, when they go to the Capitol, it's full of strangely dressed people and food that you can't actually afford. And that's kind of how I feel about Whole Foods. I mean, they have good stuff. It's just really expensive. Yeah, it'd be great someday if I could be one of those. Whenever all the Whole Foods I've shopped at, you know, excluding the one in Manhattan, which kind of explains itself, but like the one where I used to live in. Oh, you live in Canada? So Whole Foods isn't in Canada? I'm not sure if that's a... yeah, you're not missing much. It has just a lot of high-ticket stuff in it that's typically a lot nicer than the stuff you can get in a normal supermarket. People here, they call it Whole Paycheck instead of Whole Foods. You've never seen one personally? Yeah, it's just really expensive, high-quality food for the most part. If you just go to get one or two things, you won't spend a lot. But if you cannot go there and get a whole, like, normal shopping trip like the typical supermarket unless you're at a much higher level of wealth than I am or ever expect to be. Like, to give you a sense, the Whole Foods in New York where I used to shop at, this is like suburban New York, not like New York City, like Manhattan, Queens, right? I mean, like, though Queens can get pretty suburban too, but anyway, there was the Whole Foods, and then in the path to drive into the Whole Foods parking lot, it led straight into a gated community. And then the Whole Foods I shop at now is on the bottom level of a high-rise luxury apartment building. So you're dealing with they deal with high-end people a lot of the time. I mean, like, normal people come and buy, you know, just a few things they like, or a few ingredients, or a couple of specialty things. But, like, for the people that are going there to do, like, a whole shopping trip, it's usually much higher-end people that could afford luxury goods. But I say that as someone who's sitting there playing a video game, so, you know, you can put that in perspective. But like, you know, a Switch I buy once, but, like, to keep going there week after week for this huge, racking up these gigantic grocery bills of, you know, like, quail eggs or whatever else they sell there. How much do I pay for a dozen eggs? You know, I don't buy eggs that much, so I don't know offhand. My housemate will buy eggs occasionally, and for every 24 eggs they use, I might use one. I didn't buy quail eggs, I just saying, like, that's the kind of stuff they have there. Like, you know, I know there's that joke in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie about, Robotnik's assistant making him a latte with Austrian goat milk. They probably have stuff like Austrian goat milk at Whole Foods. You know what I mean? So, have I ever left the USA? The only time I've ever left the United States is when I went to England back in 2015. I went to England, I went to East Grinstead, to the Bluebell Railway, and I tried to hire a travel agent before I left. And the poor travel agent, there was basically nothing this person could do for me, because I lived right near New York City, right? So, and I lived near JFK, which is, like, the biggest, like, airport most people come in internationally to or from New York City are going to use. So, most normal people will be, if they want to go to England, they'll be like, oh, I want a flight out of JFK to London, right? For me, I was like, yeah, I need a flight I want to go to East Grinstead, England. Which meant, instead of Heathrow, which is kind of the main London airport, I wanted to go to Gatwick, which is outside of London. And it's me wanting to go to East Grinstead, to a travel agent that's used to dealing with people going to and from New York City, is the equivalent of someone from London saying, yes, I want to go to New York. It's like, oh, do you want to go to Manhattan? No, I want to go to Uncasville, New York. It's like, or, you know, I want to go to, like to Bupkisville somewhere. Like, it's like, for normal American tourists do not want to go to Gatwick. They want to go to Heathrow, which is closer to central London, and then they don't want to go to East Grinstead. They want to go to London. Oh, you've been to Heathrow? Okay. I've never been to Heathrow. I've been to Gatwick. And I had to end up flying to England on Norwegian Air Shuttle, because they could get me had a flight from JFK to London Gatwick with my checked bag and a meal for like $600 or something ridiculous like that, and it was on the newest 787 Dreamliner. And the plane I was on, because I was able to look up the particular plane that I was on, the plane was like less than 6 months old. It was a brand new plane of like the newest and nicest model available to fly to England on. And we had this awesome tailwind, so we were there in like a little under 6 hours. It was super fast. And we had such a good tailwind that we left late and got there early. That's how good the tailwind we had was. I've traveled long-distance rail. The longest train ride I've been on was about 12 hours. Because I had family in North Carolina, and I was visiting from New York, where I used to live. So from Pennsylvania Station, New York City, to Charlotte was about 12 hours on Amtrak. What hotel did I stay at? I stayed at I almost said the Fellwind Hotel. The Fellwind is something from my fiction, from my novels. Felwyn. No, I went to the. Brent. What did I? Okay, I almost said something. I almost said something really off color that I didn't intend it to. No. Okay, I was at the Fellbridge Hotel. That's where I stayed at in England. How does long distance tell compared to Aero? It's basically like you're on a train that's on the ground. Like, the seating and everything, it really is a lot like an airplane, only it's 2 across on each side instead of maybe 3, and there's no center column of 3 people. So, yeah, it's like being on a train, but on the ground. I mean, it's like being on an airplane, but on the ground, pretty much. And for me, who likes trains and can put up with that, do I have a preference? Well, right now, it's really tricky. I had to fly for, to deal with a family emergency a while ago. And I did not want to fly. And it was a flight that, like, where I live now, I could have taken Amtrak. But it's like, okay, I don't want to fly. I don't want to have to go through, the TSA and all that. But it's, okay, if I fly, you're all packed in like sardines, but it's only like an hour flight. Whereas if I took the train, it would have been a 12-hour train ride, or like 13 hours. But the difference is that on the Amtrak trains right now, they are properly socially distancing the passengers. They'll put one person every other seat, and it's staggered, so that you'll have the seat, like the whole column to yourself, and everyone is required to wear masks. So it's, on one hand, you're on the train for 12 or 13 or 14. Actually, it's more like 14 from where I'm at now. But so you could be on the train for longer, but you're much better distanced. Yeah, Amtrak trains do offer Wi-Fi at this point. When I was on when I was on the overseas flight, I don't think. Yeah. Oh shucks. I don't think I had Wi-Fi, but I had enough stuff on my computer to entertain me. Well, on my tablet. I had a tablet with a Bluetooth keyboard that kind of made it like a little laptop. Do I get better food on rail? I really never have dined on... When I've taken long-distance rail, I haven't dined on train. I just would bring my own food and just eat it at the seat. Well, actually, no. On the kind of train... The long-distance I've been on, I didn't get, book an actual dinner where you go to the dining car and they serve you a meal. It was more like, okay, you just go to this refreshment stand, you could buy a little DiGiorno pizza, and they microwave it for you. It's not like a gourmet experience. Now, why I went to England? The reason I went to East Grinstead, I went to a place called the Bluebell Railway. And when I went there, the Bluebell Railway is a steam-operated heritage railway that is using all old, restored steam locomotives and coaches. The oldest engines are from the 1880s, I believe. The oldest engine I rode on, I think, was from the 20s. Now, for the carriages, they offered, I think they had tea. I only ate breakfast at the Fellbridge Hotel. I only ate breakfast there. It was kind of a resort hotel. They had a lot of facilities I didn't use, but the cool thing is, the hotel was like a 10-minute taxi ride from... Yeah, the hotel was maybe a 10-minute taxi ride from the airport. Then the hotel was maybe a 20-minute walk or a 5-minute taxi ride from the railway I was visiting. So it was really perfect location for me. And what happened was when I went to the travel agent, like I said, they don't book for people they book for people wanting to go to Heathrow, which is the more popular airport. They book packages for people going to London. I wanted to go to an airport most people don't want to go to a town that it's probably the first time that travel agent even ever heard of this town in England. So I watched them just go to the site of the hotel said I wanted to stay at, and just do a mock booking and just tell me what the price was. And I was like, okay, if they're just going to go to the site, because basically they don't buy, the travel agents work by buying packages in bulk, like tickets and hotel bookings. You have a Japanese exclusive rail simulator for N64. I have some rail simulators for 3DS that I've downloaded. I haven't really gotten into them, though. So, yeah, I know the train sims are very popular in Japan. Japan really loves their railroading. In fact, at the Bluebell Railway, I met met an elderly Japanese couple. They were so cool. They actually invited me to stay with them in Japan and visit some of the heritage railways they have in Japan. But unfortunately, we traded email addresses. They never responded to my emails, and I just lost contact with them. So, so that never happened. But what happened? So basically, because they didn't have any packages for the places I wanted to go, so they just were quoting me the publicly listed site prices. So I'm like, okay, I could just do this myself. So what I did was, I booked a package when it came time to book everything. I booked a package that included access to a parking lot, because this hotel is mainly aimed at, I guess, people traveling domestically within the UK. So they have a private car park, or parking lot, or car park as they call it there, that is at no extra charge. And I was like, so I booked the package that included the car park, and I was like, hey, I'm coming from the United States. I already booked a package that includes a car park. So basically, they already had me booked, and I was like, hey, I'm coming. I want to stay there. I see that my package includes a car park. I'm not bringing my car. Can you hook me up with a free breakfast buffet included? And so they hooked me up with the breakfast buffet because I wasn't using the car park. So I was able to negotiate my own deal with them. Oh yeah, I can go. It just would have been cool if I went with the people that I happened to meet, because this is the Bluebell Railway is actually a place. Oh, hold on, I have to grab something out my coat pocket, because I have not touched this in a long time. I haven't put on my coat since last winter, so I don't have it right where it is. No, I don't have it there either. Okay, I thought I had it handy. I guess I don't. But basically, there's a. I wanted to show you a book I had. But no, the Bluebell Railway is a place I'd known about since I was a little kid, because it is a place that's actually mentioned in Thomas the Tank Engine. Because it was one of the first places that in England where they were preserving and restoring condemned steam locomotives. And one of the engines from that railway comes to visit the island of Sodor, and that's how I first found out about this railway as a kid. And so this is a. Do I have any? I don't have money or space for a model train layout, unfortunately. But I got to ride now, like the oldest passenger car. No, the newest passenger cars they have were made in the 50s or 60s and were in commercial service up until the early 90s. The oldest ones were from like the 1880s or something like that. And I rode one passenger car, or coach, or carriage as it would be called there, that actually had its original wooden wheels. Which, that was quite an experience. And believe it or not, the ride was incredibly smooth because the wood in the wheels kind of absorbs the vibrations. And the crazy thing, if you've seen the Harry Potter films and seen like the train they use for the Hogwarts Express, the old-fashioned compartment coaches, have you seen? If you're familiar with what I'm talking about? Oh gosh. Okay, normally that wouldn't be so much of a challenge, but the Goombas combined with the fire bar. Yeah, like those type of coaches are what they call British Railways Mark I. Those would have been in service up until the early 90s. So those are some of the newer coaches they had. The oldest ones I rode were from like the 1880s or 90s or something like that. And you know how they have like that corridor down the side, and then there's a compartment where like up to 6 passengers can be in? And these even older coaches, you'd open the door, there's a door on the left and a door on the right, and in between is the seats. And so you're just stuck in that little compartment until, now if you'd be interested, yeah, and, yeah, so it's, I can pull up very briefly for no more than 5 to 10 minutes tops. I could pull up some of what I have that's up on YouTube, just so I could give a sense of what it's like, because I don't have an easy way to quickly show what these trains were. Actually I do, but no, not really. I'd have to do it on the fly. I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. And I've been having trouble getting my web pages to scroll. But it was really awesome riding these old coaches. Now, they have a train of restored Pullman dining cars that they've fully restored it, and they actually run a recreation, mid 20th century Pullman dining train, where they actually have a strict dress code where you actually do have to dress up nice, and they actually serve you a multi-course meal on the train, and people book it out for weddings and stuff like that. Like on my train, the car in front of me had a wedding party in it, and then the car I was in had a just people who were just coming to do the dining train experience, and I was by myself, so they were excited because there's this seat for one on the dining train that they generally don't get to book because people usually come with a date or something. So like, yeah, we get to book the table for one. I'm like, okay, cool. And it was, nice little perfect size table for one, which was really nice. And the food was really nice. It was my first ever fine dining experience. So I was afraid I'd like mess up and look silly or something, but it was really chill. Like the people across from me, like, oh, I want to be real proper and have good manners. And the people across from me, like, hey, Kay, can you take my picture? I'm like, okay, so this is. Okay, we have a dress code, it's a fine dining experience, but it's also pretty chill at the same time. But they could not get enough of me over there. They treated me like a king, those people at the Bluebell Railway. Bless all those volunteers who worked there. The volunteers and staff did everything they could to do. They were, like, I was basically a VIP there the whole week I was there. Hey, 15th place. We got about halfway there. Oh yeah, it's almost entirely volunteer operated. Like people who drive modern, electric and diesel trains during their work week, on their days off, they will come and operate the steam trains. And people who work, and a lot of people work on the modern railway. And the cool thing about the Bluebell Railway in particular is the main, like in the upper, like, how do I put this? They let me on board the locomotive. They actually let me on board the engine a few times, and believe it or not, they actually the furnace, if you will, the firebox where they shovel the coal into to make the steam. There is a hot plate on the firebox, and they use the hot plate to brew tea, like while the train is going. And so like we're actually like driving the train, and they have a little like tea kettle on the fire, and it is not a joke. They are totally serious about their tea over there. And yeah, so at the end of 6 minutes, would you be into doing like I did before, maybe where I pull up, maybe play some... Actually, I do. I was gonna say, oh, I don't have NES Pinball on here. It was... well, the carriages are they're well cushioned. It's not... wooden wheels. The Pullman cars didn't have wooden wheels. It was a different car. There's only one particular coach that has its original wooden wheels. It's a London South Western Railway break coach. So half of it is passenger compartments, and the back half is a luggage compartment and a compartment for the guard or conductor. It was, I don't know what kind of suspension setup it had, but it was I mean, mind you, this is a preserved branch line with a top speed of, I think, about 30 miles per hour. But, I mean, back in the day, they were going, you know, these trains were going at full speed with all these fine, you know, well-paying customers. And I'm sure the Pullman cars probably had better suspensions than most cars at the time would have had. Yeah. So we're only going 30 miles per hour. So it has, yeah, like this is sort of a rural line that would have served like the country, like serves the smaller like towns, as opposed to the main line that's going straight from London to the south coast or something like that. And actually, with the Bluebell Railway, they restored the length of the line through to East Grinstead, because what this was, like, on the northernmost station, which is the station that my hotel was only 10 minutes away from, the platform 1 and 2 were modern electric trains going between London and Brighton, I believe. But then platform 3 were steam trains that went along the Bluebell railway line. So it's kind of like Harry Potter, where there's like an extra platform that has steam trains amongst all this modern train activity. So it's kind of cool to have. And you have the steam train station, and it's in the back. It's in like the parking lot of a supermarket. So it's like the most mundane looking place you could possibly imagine. And then like a steam train like pulls up, like something from like a dream or from a parallel universe. I mean, when you're at these places, it really does feel like you're 50 years ago and the steam age never ended. Well, I could see trains out the back window of my house growing up. So out the back window, I could see the A train of the New York City subway line, because it was an elevated line that ran along the beach. Okay. There we go. Now, at the end of 3 minutes, if you're interested, I could pull up some of my Bluebell Railway videos. Oh, you could hear trains and at where you're at, and then I could have pinball playing in the. I could be playing pinball in the corner while this is going on, because I have a version of pinball on the Nintendo Switch ready to boot up. Actually, I don't have a. So my layout for YouTube/pinball, which I do have a unique layout for it, I should be able to fire that right up if you're interested. Now, this wasn't what I was planning, but hey, I roll with the punches here. I could say what I'm planning. What actually happens in the course of how the stream goes, that's another story. But I do want to eventually get to Sonic. Oh, wow, I didn't mean to go to this. So we're going to be playing it, starting with an underwater level this time around. Starting with World 2, too. Now that's October. I don't really have a clothes to dress up as a train conductor, and I don't really have much of a budget for. I do plan to get some festive clothing. I do have some plans for festive clothing, but as far as shucks. I have festive clothing planned, but in terms of a costume, that's not really going to happen, at least not this year. But I do have, I'm probably going to get some cool, like, a cool shirt and a cool hoodie I want to get. I've wanted to get them for Halloween for years, but this year is the year I'm going to get them when I get some money in, so we'll see what happens. There is one particular game I want to play. It's not a traditional horror game, but it is basically the earliest creepypasta game. Oh, where you live in Canada, there's a Halloween-themed train every year that goes through Stanley Park, which is similar to that park in New York. Stanley Park? Are you thinking of... Well, is it like Central Park? Because Central Park is... I can't think of anything else in the world that's quite like Central Park. Central Park itself is probably the size of most major cities. Of many. Central Park alone is the size of many major cities in North America, let alone the world. Yeah, and there are trains going through it, but they're underground. They're subway trains. They're I think you're thinking of a... Oh, okay, so it's in downtown Vancouver. Now, is this a standard or narrow gauge train? I don't know much about any train that would be going through a place like that. Because at first I thought you were thinking of, like, are you thinking of a national park? Something like Yellowstone-ish? Because there are some trains that go through, Actually, the train, when I grew up in New York City, the A train, actually travels through a wildlife preserve. Like, looking out the window, you'd swear you were out in, there are parts where it looks like you're in the bayous of Louisiana, as described by someone I was with who was actually from Louisiana. Okay. Alright, so it's sort of... Is it like a miniature railway? Or is it... And they're cool... Like, I know in England there are a couple of train lines, like the Romney Hythe and Dymchurch Railway, and the Ravenglass and Eskdale Railway, that are of the, like, physical scale of a miniature railway, but they aren't miniature railways. Like, they aren't going through a park or someone's property. They are actual functioning railroads, just built at a narrow gauge, extremely narrow gauge scale. Basically at the smallest scale at which you could build an actual proper functioning railroad that actually goes from point A to point B and has multiple stations and can do things like carry mail or carry children to school. And I'd love to visit one of those someday. Alright, we've got... Okay, this is our last go for now. Alright, let's see how far we can get in our last go. And I'll see about setting up, doggone, take that. That's what you get for not, but hey, I'm in the top 8, which is not so bad, considering I'm only paying half attention. Because when you get me yeah, I stopped to scratch the back of my neck for a second, and I'm not used to how this game launches you into the next stage. The second you hit that flag hits the bottom of the pole, it's like, okay, next level. No time for snacks. Yes, I know, it's time. Oh, gosh, and I forgot. No pausing on an online game. And that's what takes me out, is the timer, and I get distracted because I can't pause. But hey, that's part of... This is my first online game experience since, like, the... Okay, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can... Okay. I wasn't planning on this, so... Okay, that's not it. That's... Where is... Hey, here we go. There we go. So let's... We're gonna fire up Pinball. And in the... Interact... Okay. Bluebell... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna change this for the... Okay. We're going to go... I'm gonna change it to just chatting so no one comes in here expecting Super Mario 35 gameplay. Train videos and NES Pinball. There we go. Now now I'm gonna try this. If you're not into this, let me know. We're going to go to interact. No. Okay. There we go. No, that's what we want. And we want... There we go. Just not used to clicking the interact thing in order to actually... We're going to turn the volume down. Tell me if the video is too loud. Is it? Okay, I'm 30 seconds behind you. So if it's not going smoothly, let me know. But is it the audio better now? You know, and I'm just gonna mute it. I'm just gonna mute it. Okay. Alright. Alright, we just gotta adjust. I gotta adjust this a bit. Now this is a different title screen. I've never seen this before. Well, this is... The thing is, these clothes are 100% guaranteed to get dirty because they're dealing with shoveling coal and stuff like that. I don't know why. This is the first time I've had YouTube footage not really display smoothly. Because when the last time I did this, the other times I did this, it worked fine. Excuse me. All right. Sin and Jin. Okay, I don't even know how to... no, I'm not allowed... I'm not allowed to do anything like operating the train. I'm just here as a guest. And, I mean, it's not a joyride riding on board a steam locomotive like this. Okay. I'm never played this version of the game, so I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing here. Okay. I was not expecting... I never played this version of Pinball before. Oh wow, there's more sound effects in this version of Pinball. But yes, if you can't hear my voice good, let me know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I knew this version of Pinball would be different. I didn't know it would be this different. Jeez. But yeah, you can see the Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad I could... Yeah, I don't know why the video looks so choppy. I've never had this problem with YouTube when I've done, because it looks choppy on my end, and it sounded bad. But you can see, actually, there were four of us on the footplate that day, because there was one person that was doing there was one fireman, then there was a new fireman who was being trained, then there was the driver, and then there was me. So they let me on board. I had to sign a bunch of waivers and stuff. They let me on board even though they already had... Normally there are only 2 people on the footplate, so they let me on board even though they had 3 people on the footplate already. And it is not a joyride riding a steam locomotive like this because the tender in the back that holds the coal and the water for the steam locomotive is actually... Well, pretty much... How to describe this? The tender... Like, the car that holds the water and the fire, and the water and the coal, is moving separately from the actual locomotive. So you have to watch where you put your feet, and you have to be very aware of where you put your hands, because there are lots of hot surfaces. You see the driver opening the fire hole for the fireman to shovel the coal in there. And on top, eventually you can probably see it eventually, you can see where the hot plate is for their tea kettle. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is so... Yeah, it's so crazy playing this version of Pinball with all these sound effects, because the NES version's almost silent. I guess they needed to have more sound effects to have more... I guess to attract more people to it. I wonder if the hardware was a little better so they could have more sound effects, because But I've never played this version of Pinball before. I didn't think I'd be doing this today. But if people are... Okay. Alright, there we go. And you can see... Oh, and that's it. I don't know... Yeah, that's game over. I liked the Southern Railway locomotive. This was a Southern Railway U-Class locomotive that I was riding. And I like this one because, well, the other one they were writing at the time, I mean, if you're a train conductor, especially like at this time, you're kind of busy. Like the train conductor is actually literally watching over the train. They aren't just like riding it and just waiting to take people's tickets. They are. Okay, where's the insert coin button? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's tricky because there's this is an arcade ROM. There's an actual insert coin button. And I'm not used to. And there's actually like a lot of the cars actually have a lookout on, because usually the guard or conductor, their compartment. Yeah, they're pretty busy. And oh, there's my bag with my dorky pins all over it, because I was not expecting to do this today. They invited me on board the footplate several times, and see that little thing there. I think that's. I don't even know what that does. I don't even know what that thing there does. And the other fireman kind of looks like John Boyega a little bit. But yeah, the guy in the background. Wow, is that Bubbles from Clue Clue Land? What is going on here? I don't know what's happening. Oh, my ball turned into Bubbles from Clue Clue Land? Okay. Yeah, the train conductor's basically watching over the train at all times, making sure that, like, a coupling doesn't break or something like that. If the coupling breaks, like, each coach has its own brakes, and the only way the brakes can be removed is by attaching the pump from the locomotive. So if the back half of the train were to be detached for some reason, that back half of the train would instantly have its brakes go on. Oh yeah, well thanks. I'm glad. And you can see like how that metal plate I'm on and the wooden part, which is the actual engine. I mean, each engine is permanently mated to its tender, but I'm basically riding on the tender right now. And it's quite an intense experience, and we're only going like 30 miles per hour. It's tricky to actually go to my channel and properly search for particular videos. Like, I have one video that, for different reasons, is unlisted. Japanese-made trains are your favorite? I guess I have a bit of a bias towards UK trains. Because, you know, I grew up watching Thomas the Tank Engine, and Thomas the Tank Engine was based on UK railroading history. Well, at the time they were writing it was kind of current events. You know, when they were writing this, and you know, starting in the 1945 is when the original Thomas the Tank Engine books were written. So, because a lot of UK engines are based on Thomas the Tank Engine, that's kind of what I grew up with. And then I like New York City. I like electric. I do like North American trains too. The Pennsylvania Railroad GG1 electrics are, you know, pretty legendary. The different electrical multiple units stock that I was riding on, you know, on the subway growing up. The trains on the Long Island Railroad that I would ride once we moved away from New York City proper. Okay, so is the flippers vanishing a glitch or not? Because I know in the NES Pinball, I think that was officially classified as a glitch. Do train collectors collect the tickets before boarding or after? You buy your ticket first, and then the conductor checks it on the train. And you know, if a passenger has a wheelchair, they'll help them. They'll put out a ramp so that they could board the train safely, or different things like that. And they help with all kinds of, like, basically everything about the operation of the train, other than actually operating the locomotive, is the guard's responsibility. So it can be really strenuous. But hey, remember? I know the Hey Arnold episode where they get on the wrong train And for some reason, in like the late 90s, I guess, whenever Hey Arnold takes place, there's a steam-operated train for the workers that are going to the steel mill. And they get on this train that they think is a haunted train. They think they're going to the underworld. That was a classic episode. Okay. Wait, okay, button settings. Okay. I just need to know add credits. Okay, L and SL is for add credits. R is to start. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting. You downloaded that episode last night? The only, the only episode, old Nick show I have is Rugrats. I have, like, the first, I think, season or two on DVD. Which, and there, now that Blu-ray's a thing, you can find a lot of the DVDs for really cheap. Now that Blu-ray is the preferred, physical media of choice, even as that kind of becomes more and more relegated to obscurity. Man, the sound effects in this arcade version of NES Pinball are appropriately so, much more arcade-like, maybe a bit more emulating an actual physical pinball table. Do the ball physics feel different? I'm not quite sure about that. You prefer DVD quality? I mean, the only HD TVs I have are the ones I'm using right now to play my game on and to operate my broadcast software with. So, oh, we almost made, yeah, there we go, that's what I like to see. We're gonna go back to the upper table. Let's see if we can get enough, oh, we got, okay. So here it seems like they added the invisible flippers, it's an actual deliberate feature, whereas with NES Pinball it seems like it happened accidentally. You find DVDs brand new on Amazon. Oh yeah, they could be... Hey, thanks Bubbles for bringing my ball back. I think that's supposed to be Bubbles, I'm not sure. Whew. And my outline stoppers have been used up at this point, so I need to earn those back. Because those bumpers protect my outlanes. There we go, now we have them back. Sorry, I stammer and stutter a bit when I'm talking while playing, but... Now there is a bunch of maintenance equipment that they use to restore the line. They're actually interested in adding a third rail, and even though this is all a steam-operated operation, now the classic electric trains in the UK have nowhere to run, because there are many electric trains that are even older than some of the preserved steam trains, but there's no place to run them on. So they're thinking, look at these, I'm going to pause for a second, look at these coaches. That is that wooden-bodied one, that is a one that the directors of the railways would be used. Oh, you're heading out? You've been requested to drive a friend somewhere? Alright, well, thanks for dropping by, Serial Walrus. Now that building there, that is where they restore... You're gonna opera? You're gonna do something. I don't... Oh, you're gonna Uber. You're gonna be your friend's Uber, pretty much. I'm guessing opera meant Uber. Are you gonna... who... Oh, thanks, Tundex. Right now... Oh, now this is Horsted Keen Station. And they actually took me on a tour of the building where they were restoring the vintage coaches. And at the time, they were restoring a van that actually was used back in the mid-20th century for circuses to transport elephants that were part of the circus. Now that there on the other track, that is the newer train. Those are British Railways Mark I coaches. Those would have been built in I think the 50s. And they were in service up until the early 90s. And the train I'm on is pulling a variety of much older coaches that would have been retired around the time that those coaches would have been built. You see, I planned to do a Sonic... we played Sonic for Master System earlier, and we were playing Super Mario Bros. 35, which is tons of fun, by the way. I actually won a round in that one time. But we ended up segueing into watching... This is footage of me on the Bluebell Railway when they invited me on board the locomotive. I had to sign a bunch of waivers, and if you can see on top there, you can actually see them. They're brewing tea using the fire from the locomotive. So we're gonna. Yeah, so thanks for the support, Tundex. You being here is, of course, you know, just having a solid stable of regulars this early on is more than I could ask for. Now, later on, maybe I'll just put on a couple more of these vacation, these specifically videos from the Bluebell Rally, because before you came in, Tundex, we were talking, somehow we ended up talking about railways. Or you can operate a 94 carbureted petrol engine from 1987. Okay. That's what's in the car that Serial Wars is going to be driving, I guess, to help their friend out. But of course, they're probably already gone by this point. And this is what I'm playing here is the arcade version of NES Pinball, which I did not know existed until I saw it on Arcade Archives. So this is the first time this version of Pinball has been anywhere for sale, other than buying an actual cabinet, which I think only was released in Japan. And the neat thing about this is that NES Pinball is one of my favorite games of all time. So playing this entirely new version of it that has different sound effects and a different scoring system and different rules, it's been quite the illuminating experience. Now, the sound effects, I think they're trying to emulate an actual pinball table more. You can see the fireman shoveling coal into the locomotive there. Does the conductor keep my ticket? They punch it and then they give it back to me because I have to hold the ticket stub as proof of my payment. Yeah, so I do have all my tickets from the Bluebell Railway. I still have all those tickets from this time. Which was which are great souvenirs to have. All right. Oh gosh, and the bonus round still has that silly mechanic where it launches your ball straight into the gutter half the time. Oh wow. Hey, but that time it didn't, so I'll take what I can get. The 1,000 point demarcations on the gutter lanes of this bonus stage are definitely unique to this version. Yeah, it looks like they turned the vanishing flippers glitch from NES Pinball into an actual proper feature. Oh yeah, and you know what? Someone with much better production values than me made a video mapping out New York City just mapping out the areas of Unova and how they compare to the different parts of New York City. But they missed the fact that the real-life equivalent of Nacrene City actually has those train tracks and the cobblestone streets, and they missed that. And I'm like, come on, please rip me off. Watch my video for research, rip me off. I don't even care if you cite me as a source, because just the fact that so many people don't know that that's really there in real life is so disappointing. And from what I could tell, people have done videos about the different parts, like they've done videos of the different parts of Japan and France and so forth that the different regions in Pokemon are based off of. But as far as I know, no one's actually gone to the real-life locations to film. I mean, it's a lot easier in the New York, New Jersey area because it's just one metropolitan area as opposed to an entire country or an entire island archipelago like doing Hawaii for Alola or traveling around the Great Britain for Galar. And I still... Oh yeah, that's another... I just remember that. I do have to play Pokemon Sword and Shield still, which I promise to do on stream eventually. I'll be playing Vanilla Sword and Shield, because I had people I was talking to, and because I'm very frustrated with the game, the things I'm frustrated about are still valid, but I still want to play the game in spite of that eventually. Did my parents want to go with me? I just was going by myself. Between work hours and just ability to physically keep up with me, neither of my parents were really eligible or really available to do that with me. I did... no, I'm not... Okay. I want to cancel that. Hold on. I want to cancel There we go. Where's another... We're gonna go to... We're gonna do this search again. We're gonna do this search again. Okay, if I just type in G-Guru1 Bluebell. I just want to find more of my video. Okay. Okay, here's day 0 and day 1. Actually, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I just got to, you know, I have been hydrating. So, actually, no, let me disable my mic because I'm going to run my fan while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Okay, where's my mic? Where's my mic? There we go, let's disable. Alright. Okay. My... It is late September 2015 as I'm filming this, and some of you may know this since I already posted a couple of videos from there before, but last May I went to the Bluebell Railway in England, and it was a lifelong dream for me to go to this place, and I'm really happy that I got to go. Pretty much Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Alright. Okay, so there, all I was doing was talking about Steam Train in person. So it was really great that I got to, you know, go on this, had this opportunity. I mean, I might as well turn the audio off, because there's no point in having me just listening to audio of me, like, narrating my own thing when I'm just going to be narrating it as I play anyway. Alright, so sorry, I forgot to... I don't know why, the microphone just froze up for some reason. I guess I might have jostled the wire while I was trying to free my headphones. But okay, this is just a lot of me narrating. And I think I'm just talking about how I first learned about this railway from Thomas the Tank Engine, because one of the... Oh, there's me in my dorky attire. That was right before I left. That's my old room. And if you'd recognize that computer if you used to watch my old videos. I used to film a lot in front of my old Apple II there. And I think, actually, I think this ends like right when I get to England, so, but I think the first part where I'll just let it play. Have some background noise. Yeah, I think that was... Yeah, that was the morning I left, because there's the backpack I took with me. Yeah, I just had one suitcase and one backpack. I was able to pack really light. Yes, I do have an... Yeah, you saw the Apple II there. Oh, that's me taking the air train from Jamaica Station on the Long Island Railroad to JFK Airport. And the trains are computer operated, so there's no driver in the front, so you can just see straight out the front. So I was just being a dork and filming, because, I mean, I'm going across the world to see trains, but when there are already trains to be seen. Oh, that's some artwork my friend did of my character on the plane. That was based on this photo I took, the selfie I took on the plane. Think about a couple of hours before we touched down. And that's the photo that she based that on. And I don't watch this video often, so I kind of forgot a lot of the stuff I put in there. Like, I forgot I put that art in there. And I think a lot of the rest of this might just be the plane flight and me landing, but hey, I'm gonna... Let's see, 26... The top score is 80,000? 829... Okay. I don't know. I have to check and see if the scoring is different. Oh, that's just me I was a dork and took pictures of the interface to order drinks and stuff like that to your seat. I ended up taking Norwegian Air Shuttle because I was able to get a round trip with a bag included and a meal for like $600. And that's me watching Bon Voyage Charlie Brown on the plane. Yeah, Apple II was my first computer I used growing up. So I have a lot of nostalgia for it that makes people think I'm a lot older than I am, but that's just the computers I had growing up. Because Apple was servicing those computers up until the late 90s, believe it or not. I didn't know that at the time, but yeah, a lot of schools were using those Apple IIs even longer than me. And that's the seat I took. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't know. I have to do some experiments, because when I did the Nintendo E3 presentations, I was not having problems with the audio, whereas this time it seems like the audio is really choppy and bad. So I'll have to do some troubleshooting and make sure that I can... Oh, come on! Oh, I almost got back to the top half of the table, but my exit door is... You see how I launched that right in there with the flippers invisible. How do you like that? All right. And this should go straight to part 2, where I'm actually at the place, where I'm actually at the Bluebell Railway. There we go. Yeah, one of my favorite Apple II games. Well, I played Oregon Trail a lot in school. I didn't like it that much, but I didn't dislike it. It's like, hey, I get to be on a computer, which was a novel thing at the time, and play a game. So yeah, sure, they could put me in front of anything and I would have played it. But Oregon Trail, memories of Number Munch. I had some issues with math growing up, but I enjoyed Number Munchers a lot. It was a fun game. Maybe I'll play it on stream sometime. I have I almost said Donkey Kong Country math. I have Donkey Kong Jr. math on my Wii on the Virtual Console. I will be streaming that someday. Because people keep saying, I keep hearing about how bad it is, and a lot of people are just saying it's bad just because, oh, it's math. But it might actually be a fun edutainment game. But I'm playing it from the standpoint that, yes, it is an edutainment game. As opposed to, like, when you know it's going to be an edutainment game, it's fun. Like, what is it, Mario is Missing is, like, infamous. Like, yes, if you played Mario is Missing, if you saw that game on Super Nintendo on store shelves and thinking, oh, wow, and look at some of the screenshots and think, oh, this is going to be the new Super Mario World game where you play as Luigi and you have to save Mario, yeah, I can understand why you'd be outraged that Mario is Missing. But I wasn't exposed to it like that. I played it at the library where they have all these edutainment games to play, and you see Mario is Missing, so I was expecting something kind of like Carmen Sandiego, and plus, because I was playing the Mac version of Mario is Missing, where they have voice acting, and you have mouse controls instead of, the gamepad controls. So, with that, in that context, I had a great time with Mario is Missing. I learned about the Transamerica building, which is very important in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. I don't know if it's still owned by Transamerica, but, you know, everyone calls it the Transamerica Pyramid. At least not, well, I'm not from there, but everyone I know of and that doesn't actually live in that city calls it the Transamerica Pyramid, so... Yeah, Number Munchers. Math Blasters is... that was a Macintosh game, but that was good, too. Am I gonna stream those games? Down the line, sure. Now, I have that Apple II still. And Apple II plugs into its monitor via AV, so it'd be relatively easy to go from use an AV to HDMI converter to plug that into my capture card. But the speaker on my Apple II is dying, and I'm not savvy enough to restore it. It would probably be, frankly, it would probably be easier to just go ahead and emulate the Apple II and emulate the games on it. Just being real. It would be cool to do real hardware with the Apple II I have. Oh, well, there's Number Munchers and Math Blasters. Math Blasters is the Macintosh game where you're playing as some little astronaut space guy. And then Number Munchers is kind of a Pac-Man. Well, it's not a Pac-Man clone, but the characters and the concept is kind of inspired. Clearly, it takes inspiration from Pac-Man. Oh my gosh. And you can just see the airplane just getting closer and closer to the destination there. Yeah, it was a really smooth ride, and it was the first time... It was 2015 when I flew to England, and it was the first flight I'd been on since 2004, so it had been a very long time. Oh, wow. I forgot what makes that... Oh, wow, I got the high score. I think that's what happened? I don't know. But I'm definitely on my best match ever right now, but I have 0 balls left, so if I get out, then that's it. And it's up to me to beat my own high score next time. You had Math Blasters at home and Number Munchers at school. So Tundex, did your school have Apple II family computers? I remember being mystified all the time that there was no Apple I. And I didn't know that Apple I was like something like that was literally a kit that you had to sort of build your own power supply and provide your own keyboard and stuff like that. So the Apple I was never mass-produced. They're replicas Apple II boards. Oh, what did you play Number Munchers on? Because I have only seen, and I only have experience with the Apple II versions. Well, you don't know? Okay. Because at the time, both Apple and IBM compatibles, they were both running versions of DOS at the time. So, well, I mean, who's paying attention? You have to be a real dork like me to pay attention to... Now, I don't have too much experience with non-edutainment Apple II games, but I do have some Atari Soft games for my Apple II. I was playing Galaxian, has a good Apple II conversion. Donkey Kong, I could only get the title screen to work on there. But well, a cool thing, I have the a monochrome a green Apple II monitor, and the cool thing about it, oh shucks. Okay, so game over. We'll just put. Oh wait, you have to move the cursor manually. Come on. S. And I can't just move the cursor up. I have to go manually all the way back to the H. Yeah. I think this was a brand new airplane. I don't know if you were there when I was saying this. Yeah, this plane was maybe like 4 or 5 months old at the time I made this flight. So I was on, like, the newest Boeing Dreamliner airplane. And it had Rolls-Royce engines, which is, like, cool for, like, status. Like, oh, I flew in a Rolls-Royce airplane. Even though the Rolls-Royce just built the engines, the actual plane was built by Boeing, but... Well, wasn't one of the things with the Dreamliner that they... I think they were... It was one of the first planes where they were outsourcing all these parts to different companies, and it complicated their schedule. And there's a big scandal because it wasn't on time. Yeah, I specifically chose this seat because the flight was in May, late May, and I booked it in November, the previous year. And I there are videos where you can watch people's flights and they say what seat they're in. So I booked this particular seat because I knew I'd be able to get a good view of the surroundings, but I also wanted to see the engine. Just because I like looking at the thing that's actually propelling the plane forward. So that's why I chose this particular seat. Ooh, okay. Yeah, a lot of more beeping and booping in this version of Pinball than compared to the NES version. Now, I wonder if this ROM would run on an NES, or is it running on slightly more powerful hardware, this being an arcade version? Okay. Oh, no, right, straight down my outshoot. Yeah, we're not going to get as high a score as last time. You know, here we are. We're coming up for the landing here. And then it's going to skip to the next part of the video where there are actually trains. Yeah, within an hour of landing, I was already at the Bluebell Railway. I just had the driver drop me by my hotel so I could drop off my suitcase and my backpack, and I could switch to my small, like, shingle strap shoulder bag. And he just took me straight to the train station for the Bluebell Railway, so... Very convenient of him to do that, because when I actually booked the taxi ride, because I booked this taxi ride like a week in advance. I booked it from the airport to the train station, but he's like, oh, I'll drop you by the hotel. I gave him a nice tip for that, so I could drop off my bag. And then when I got to the hotel that night, my bags were already in the hotel room, which was neato. No. Aw, shucks. And there's our landing. Yeah, it's a lot easier. This layout works a lot better when I have... Oh, excuse me. I keep trying to press start. And because this is literally an arcade game, I have to insert a coin manually using one of the buttons and then press the start button. Now, I can pause it with the menu option, but in an actual run... I wonder what the high score scene is like for this game. Because this would probably be a good... If I were to do, like, to grind for runs for this... Okay, now we took us straight to our... That was day 0, that was my day getting there. This is day 1. This is a game that I might actually be willing to grind for high score runs on it and learn to get good at it and see if I could actually place well on it. Alright. Because I don't know... It's just a matter of playing good for a long time. It's not like any unique tricks or anything to it. Okay, here we are. There's me at the station. You have a little double vision going on. That's just me saying, oh, I'm here. I was the only person on the platform. And this platform is in the back of... This is platform 3 where the steam trains come, and platform 1 and 2 have the modern trains going to and from London. So it's kind of like a Harry Potter kind of thing where there's a third platform that... Oh, that's a cool animation for the... Yeah, it's a cool animation for the start of the title screen, which is a very different title screen than... And if the pinball sound effects are too loud, let me know. And I'm just muting this so that I don't have to talk over myself, because there's not much audio that's super important. Plus, I'm having weird audio problems with YouTube, but the video seems to be working all right. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure how I'd conduct... this is the only vlog-type entry, really, I did. Well, I did one other vlog-type entry where I was just walking... I was walking up the train, and there were VHS tape... I left I forgot some VHS tapes in my coach before I went home for the day. And I went back to get the VHS tapes, and when I did, I walked up the train filming it while I was sitting on the platform. It was the end of the day, so this is I think the second train of the day, so there really wasn't anyone on the platform at that point. Oh, and look, on the right there, if I look back, and there's the parking lot for the supermarket. And on the right there, you can see that's one of the modern trains that's just sitting there resting. It's just on a siding resting. I forgot if it's electric or diesel. It's probably electric. So the modern trains are just sitting right there, next to the platform where the steam trains come in at. Alright, you got the ace. You got all 3 chickadees, and then straight into the out lane I go for the game over. Yeah, there's the modern train. It's interesting, these trains have a button to open the door. I'm not sure why that would be used. Because I'm used to the Long Island Railroad and New York City subway, where the trains, like, the conductor just opens and closes the train doors remotely. So it's weird, the idea that there'd be a button to open the train doors. Oh, there we go. I almost got the 100 points there. I want to get the slot machine rolling. I forgot how to get the slot machine to roll. Little things like that are what I need to learn if I ever end up doing 100 coin runs. I mean 100, well, high score runs rather. Yeah, I got the jack and the queen. Oh, doggone. And you see how they have the passageway on the front of the train, so they could add another train to it, and you'd be able to walk through it. Are they any... for some reason, the copyright holders for Thomas the Tank Engine have been extremely permissive about people posting the older seasons from the 80s and early 90s of Thomas the Tank Engine, but I am not going to put that on stream for copyright reasons, because I don't want to get... Like, there are lots of public domain stuff I could watch, but I don't think the creators of Thomas necessarily care, because they let people for years have the old episodes of Thomas on there and not even, like, take them down or anything. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want to get in trouble on Twitch's side. I believe Thomas the Tank Engine is on Prime Video, so I could do a watch party for it someday. If there's anyone besides me and you, Kalakaboy, who would be interested in watching 30-year-old Thomas the Tank Engine episodes, I doubt the audience for that is especially high. And plus, I don't even have Amazon Prime Video, so I couldn't do a watch party for it right now anyway. Yeah, if there's anyone besides you and me who are who possess the predisposition and the refinement to be interested in watching Thomas the Tank Engine episodes on Twitch, perhaps I'd be down for that. But there are a lot of really cool public domain things that, as far as I'm aware, haven't been streamed to this before. Oh, and there's the train coming, and when this train is coming, oh, are they any Thomas the Tank Engine NES games? That's what I get for playing while I'm streaming. There's no for NES. I think they are Genesis and Super Nintendo Thomas the Tank Engine games, but even when I was a little kid in the early 90s, I remember thinking, like, how could a Thomas the Tank Engine game possibly be good? And that's when I'm at the age where I'm still, you know, in the target audience for Thomas, and I like video games. So, if there are games I could stream, I'd probably play it someday as a joke. But this is, I've seen Steam locomotives under Steam, but never moving. So this is actually the first, that was actually the first Steam train I ever saw. Now this is the interior of a British Railways Mark I coach. This is the kind of coach, these are non-corridor coaches, and it's funny, I had a third class, for a couple of the days I had first class tickets. Today in particular, I had third class ticket. So I got in this coach, and I was like, oh man, this is a really nice train. I need to find the third class coaches, because I have a third class ticket. So I asked the conductor, because I'm walking up the train, I'm like, oh, well, these coaches are so nice, you know, I need to find the third class coaches, because these all look like first class coaches. And the conductor's like, no, this entire train is third class coaches. Because I'm so used to the New York City subway and the Long Island Railroad, and like New York metropolitan area commuter trains, that I didn't realize that all these coaches were third class. And the third class is just that nice compared to modern New York City commuter trains. And so this right here is my first train ride. This is, I don't think I have the entire thing here, because I definitely didn't film the entire thing. Because on one hand, like, on one hand I want to capture this, on the other hand, I want to just enjoy it, not worry about getting a good shot. Alright, well, so we'll see what other videos come after this. Now, this is kind of like afternoon, and this was otherwise a pretty typical day. This is the last day of the season on that particular day, because I left the 21st. This must be May 22nd, 2015. And what was going on this day? This is the last day they were only running one train. I mean, they have multiple journeys a day, but they're only running one train. Whereas the rest of the week, they're running two trains. And usually what they were doing then was one train would have, like, the 1950s and 60s stock, which is relatively newer. And the other train would have the Victorian and, like, the 1920s and 30s passenger coaches. So it's the older train. And I would ride the older train when possible. Because some of those... Because... like, what I'm riding here is some 60s stock, I think, where, like, on the front end and the back end of the coach, there's a set of four wheels, what they call a truck, or a bogie in British terminology. The older coaches or carriages, which are literally almost just stage coaches on wheels, have only four wheels on them. And those are the kind of coaches that Annie and Clarabelle on Thomas the Tank Engine TV show are kind of based on. So I actually rode in the type of coach that Annie and Clarabelle are based on in the TV show. I specify the TV show because in the original books, Annie and Clarabelle are based on longer and larger coaches. I think that would be considered suburban stock, where there is a bogie on the front and back. Now, those are some older coaches and different vehicles that haven't been restored yet. Well, those cars there are cars that have ballast when they need to change the rocks on the tracks every once in a while. And this is, I believe, is this Horsted Keynes or is this... I think this is Kingscote? No, here, this is Sheffield Park, which is the northernmost part of the line. Well, no, actually the southernmost, in the bottom of the line. Back in the old days, this line would have continued further south to a place called Ardingly, which I didn't visit, and that's a Pullman coach that's waiting to be restored still. Yeah, it makes me manually... There we go. And that's the engine that pulled my train. That is a Southern Railway Q class or something, I believe. I'm not an expert. I mean, I'm a big nerd, but I'm not an expert. I believe it's a Southern Railway engine because before this coat of paint, which is the British Railways black that came after the 1940s, I think in 1948 all the railways were nationalized in the UK into British Railways. But before that, it was wearing the green color, which was the color it would have worn when it was built and being operated by Southern Railway. The area that this branch line, the Bluebell Railway, would have been... Well, originally this was part of the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway. Then it got absorbed into the Southern Railway. Then it got nationalized into British Railways. And this is the engine running around to the other end of the train. It pulls its train backwards going north, and then going south it pulls the train backwards, and going north it pulls the train with the front end going first. On a mainline railroad back in the day, a tender engine like this would always be operating facing forward. But because this is a low-speed branch line, it's safe to run the train with the tender first, and they don't have a turntable. So a lot of these railways, these branch lines, do operate with the locomotive tender first going out the other way. They usually don't have to turn the engines around. And then smaller tank engines, which would be locomotives that don't have the... they carry their fuel and water on board and don't have that little car in the back that has the coal and the water in it. Those travel backwards all the time. Now, you can see the steam cylinders. I zoom in on it here. Those cylinders are, the cylinders that move the wheels back and forth. And some locomotives, the cylinders are on the outside. This one, the cylinders are hidden inside. And that's the British Railways emblem. This paint job was less than a month old at the time. Oh, and there's that bench that I had my friend paint my Lunarian alter ego sitting at. I actually had the painting made before I actually went there in real life. So it was kind of cool to go there and recreate the painting when I didn't actually go there to... because I used someone's photo they took. Their photo was Creative Commons, so I had my artist key to Space Cat. You wish Thomas had more of an animated face? Well, in the newer seasons, the face is animated. But in the model series, when they were using the live-action models, they had the static faces. I didn't find the faces creepy. Well, I mean, some of the faces, like, where they looked mean or angry, like, looks kind of scared me. But from what I understand, a lot of people on the autism spectrum are very attracted. Well, a lot of people on the autism spectrum tend to fixate on things like trains anyway. But just the fact that the faces are so overly expressive due to the fact that they can't move, like, the facial expressions are very exaggerated and very easy to read, so I understand that a lot of people on the autism spectrum appreciate that or are attracted to the simple art style of using the static faces with the storyteller. And that's me that's me when I didn't realize I was gonna be filming myself. So I was like, oh, I didn't know I'd be in the shot. That was what that shocked expression kind of was all about. And there's the firewoman there, attaching the... No, she's detaching the locomotive from the coaches so that the engine can move around to the other end of the train and pull us back to Sheffield Park is the southern part. And normally this would have been the last train of the day, but there's an extra train in the evening because they're doing an ale tasting event on board the train. And, oh, that guy in the orange sweater there, the larger fellow, me and him were really chill. He was kind of one of my buddies throughout... Well, everyone was nice to me, but he was one of my buddies throughout the experience, where I was saying... I was looking through the gift shop at the Bluebell Railway for a copy of a movie called The Titfield Thunderbolt, which is a comedy about some people... Their railway gets... It takes place in the 50s, when they filmed this, I believe. It was filmed in the 50s or early 60s. And the storyline is that the local train line's been closed down, so a bunch of local people take over the line and run it themselves, which is kind of how the Bluebell Railway got started. And it's a comedy. And I always wanted to see this movie, but you can't find it online, and copies of it aren't easy to come by. So when I was at the gift shop there, I was looking through their DVDs to see if they had a copy of this movie. And I was saying, oh, too bad they didn't have a copy of the Titfield Thunderbolt. And, yeah, here's one of the compartment coaches, and that's the door that opens and closes. I'm just walking through the coach here, just sort of exploring it. The train was kind of empty at this point. Now, one thing I do kind of regret about these coaches is that because of the way the compartment is, you're kind of stuck to only be able to see out of one side. You can't see out of both sides equally. Like, if you hear a sound that sounds like a mechanical cow mooing, that's my timer. It's reminding me to take a self-care break, but I did an unplanned stretch earlier on. I just want to get that last... Oh, I was trying to flip that last card over, but I wasn't able to. Alright. Insert coin, and start. Yeah, this is a game I could see myself doing high score runs on. Hey, I got all the balls, and I changed the color of. I think each time the seals hit the balls with their noses, I get X bonus points for that. And if I get all the eggs, I get bonus points. Oh shucks, I get bonus points for that too. Now here we're about to go through the tunnel. Yeah, there's a tunnel halfway through. I actually got to walk through this tunnel. And it is this tunnel from like the 1860s, I believe, is when they bored this tunnel, because the date was emblazoned above the tunnel. And when you're in the tunnel, the lights come. The conductor turns the lights on. Back in the day, not this coach. This coach would have been electric from the beginning, but the older coaches, you can see where they actually would have inserted an oil lamp back in the day. But you know, now we have all electric because it's much safer. Oh my goodness, I'm not doing too great on this particular run. Oh, shucks. Pinball. Okay. Alright, no, I keep forgetting what I have to do. I have to insert the coin, then press start. Because this is a real, was originally an arcade game, so I do have to insert the coin manually. Yeah, the sound effects are much more lively, which is kind of ironic, because in a real arcade setting, this game probably wouldn't have been. I would love to have an arcade, if I was going to have one arcade game ever, I wouldn't, in terms of a video game, I wouldn't mind having the actual arcade of this particular title. Yeah, if I was gonna get a main cabinet, I'd have this game playing on it all the time. I don't even know what the actual cabinet for this looks like. And this is me kind of at the end of the day. Here they're preparing the train for the ale tasting event. And the driver invited me on board just to look. You can see the hot plate with the tea. There's the fire. And he's just explaining the different parts of the engine. Because they get all kinds of people here. You get people that know all about trains and are obsessed with them. Then you get just regular people who are just looking for something to do. And this particular day, there are a lot of older folks that come here to sort of relive their childhood. But in this day in particular, there are a lot of millennials and Zoomers that were, I guess, well, definitely millennials that were there for the ale tasting event. You know, kids coming in from suburban London to, you know, for a day out and to have a pint or a few. I always used to say my first hard drink would have to be on board an English steam train. So I got here, and oh, that's the band. During the ale event, we stopped the train halfway down the line at a station where they had a band, a jazz band playing, and I just used and that's the end of the video, and that's my outro card. Art also by Kita Space Cat of me and my doorworm, or drinking some cocoa or something. Yeah, my character usually is wearing shoes, so okay. We have to pause there. So it's weird saying my character without shoes there. Let's see. Juco 1, Bluebell. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can get to my channel. You can see my Deltarune playthrough, which is okay, there we go. Let's see what else we got. We've got the footplate ride. Why can't I scroll? Can I? Yeah, I don't know why. Can page? Will page down? Page? No, doggone. Pac-Man would be good, but I would rather have Pinball. That's a game I could play for longer with less stress. Oh come the butt on. How am I supposed to? Okay, I have to make you to go away, come back. Okay. properties. How do I get... All I want to do... If I go to a different... I just want... I don't know. I'm having weird problems where I can't... Hold on. No. Okay. YouTube. Interact. Can I go back? Like, I can't scroll properly, and I can't go back. So right now I'm kind of stranded. Yeah, I'm kind of stranded right now in the page, and I can't go back to... Alright. Well, let's consider that... Let's consider that the end of the YouTube... Oh, why is Mario Party 2... Why is that layout there? I'm not even playing that now. Alright. I am going to be back in a few minutes. Actually, no, let me... Okay. I'm going to set this for 10 minutes because I also have to adjust my game audio for the Amiga SG because I'm going to play Sonic on Game Gear after this. Actually, let's put it in Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic on Game Gear. Sonic on Game Gear. Sonic on Game Gear. Sonic on Game Gear. Real cartridge. There we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna set this for... I'm gonna set this for... a maximum of 9 minutes. It's probably not going to take me that long, but I also don't want to mess up with anyone who's planning anything based on those 8 minutes. So I will see you in a minute. back. Alright, so let's get started. We're going to make a run at Sonic the Hedgehog. We're going for all emeralds to get the true happy ending. Now, here's the cartridge that I'm going to be using. This is my childhood copy of Sonic the Hedgehog. Just going to pop it into the analog Mega SG and get rolling and actually take the Genesis controller that I'm using instead of the I was holding the Pro controller until the last moment for some odd reason. Now the audio should be good here, the audio balancing, but if it's not, let me know, I'll fix it. But let's get into it. Yeah, I don't think I'd want... Yeah, Pac-Man, it's a great game, I love it. I mean, if I could have an arcade of Pac-Man Championship Edition, specifically the NES version, because I do like the old-fashioned style graphics, I'd maybe get that. But have I played Sonic 2 on the Genesis? Okay, hey, hello, Derek the Brony, how you doing? Oh, on Game Gear? I've played it, and, okay, I have Sonic 2, oh, excuse me, Sonic 2, I can still get 50 rings, I'm not worried. Sonic 2 on Game Gear, I've been playing that game since it came out, like in the early 90s, right? Well, I played it from 92 when it came out up until, I think in 95, well, it was in 99 or 98 that my Game Gear broke, and I just never got a replacement. I never had a system to play my games on until I got the analog Mega SG here, which is what I'm playing my childhood Sonic, copy of Sonic on. I do have Sonic 2. It's put away right now because I wasn't planning to play it today, so I can't like hold it up on screen like I did when I showed the Sonic cartridge that I'm playing on now. That game, I never got past this, that first boss is really tough, and especially when you're a little kid, just the idea of having a boss where the strategy isn't to try to attack it in some way was kind of too advanced on me. Oh, Clackable, you're making a chicken breast wrap with Colby Jack cheese. Oh, that sounds delectable. I hope you enjoy yourself. Yeah, I never played that version. I played it. Even on stream when I came back to it, I could beat the first boss, but I could never get the doggone hang glider to work properly. I've tried everything I could. I just cannot get the hang glider on Sky High Zone to work. I don't know the trick to it. And so without the hang glider, you can't get past the first area of Act 1 in Sky High. So even though the music is awesome and the theming is awesome, I was just never able to beat it. Earlier today, I was playing Super Mario Bros. 35. I had my first time with it on stream. Now, if you're familiar with I started off the stream. I started off the stream by playing the Master System version. I actually have the cartridge of it right here. It's mirrored here, so you can't quite see. But trust me, that says Sonic the Hedgehog, but it's just mirrored. I have to remember to unmirror my camera. Because I used to have a boat ladder. Yeah, we started with the Master System version of the Master System version of Sonic the Hedgehog. Then we went on to Super Mario Bros. 35. I did manage to win a round where I was the last player standing. But unfortunately, that's the only time that happened. We ended up talking about trains and my trip to the Bluebell Railway, so I popped in the Arcade Archives version of NES Pinball, or I guess it's Arcade Pinball. I don't even know how to describe it, because that game on NES is just called Pinball, so we differentiate it by calling it NES Pinball. But they made an arcade version, so do you call it Arcade NES Pinball? And it seems to be... I'm not sure if it's running on Street Famicom hardware or if it's slightly more powerful, because there are more colors and more sounds in this version, but it seems like a pixel-for-pixel translation of the NES table. NES... And while NES Pinball was going, I was running YouTube videos of my trip to the Bluebell Railway, the steam railway in England where I visited. And eventually, I'm still having... I can't quite get web browser pages to work right, where I can't scroll through them properly. I don't know what's going on. I'll have to do some more troubleshooting on that. Last stream, we were watching some E3 press conferences, but this time when I was doing the same method and layout and everything for doing YouTube videos, the audio wasn't coming through clearly. So I muted the audio on my videos anyway, because it was just me talking over. It was just me narrating my trip to England and the trains I was riding on and stuff. So I might as well just mute that so I could comment on it live and say what I want to say now as opposed to whatever I said when I recorded the video. We'd probably still be doing that now, except for I just was having trouble with the layout and I couldn't find the videos I wanted. Then the web page went to a page where it was trying to get me to make a Google account, and I can't operate the back and forward buttons. I can't scroll through the web pages, so I just have to open the web page and hope that whatever I want to see when I search for something on YouTube is on the very top of the results, or else I can't scroll down to browse for it. So, oh, I see Pete has a Frankenstein's monster emote. Is that what I'm seeing there? So we're just going to go for a 100% run of Sonic on Game Gear. I'm using my own childhood Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge. And so Sonic on Game Gear was my first, if you're not familiar, was the first game I really ever played growing up, and the first game I owned. I technically, well, when I first found about it from the infamous Humans Against Genesis commercial, with the old lady complaining about Sonic and why does he have to go so fast, why can't he be a good little boy like Mario or whatever. And I really didn't care about, like, I guess the idea of him being a smarty pants, like, cartoon character with attitude, I guess appealed to me a lot. And so I told my parents about the commercial, and they got me a Game Gear. Yeah, they got me a Game Gear instead of a Genesis because there were more... Well, at home I already had enough toys to play with and cartoons to watch. And there were times where I'd be on the train, maybe. Well, not the train. The train I just, like, look out the window. But in the backseat of the car on long trips, or in the waiting room during an audition. Because my mom was in show business, and she'd also take me to different auditions for commercials and print work. And for the commercials, I'd have to know my lines and everything. So once I memorized the lines, there was nothing really to do but to wait in the lobby with all the other kids until they called me to do my run. In the world of Doorworms, in your Ultimate, do they have a holiday similar to Halloween? Halloween just exists in that world, or at least on Earth. What's going on the moon is a different story, but on Earth, Halloween, the history of the world as we know it, developed very similarly to our world. Now, if you don't know, if anyone is... There's talking about Doorworms, which are kind of my signature characters and some of my channel mascots. If anyone doesn't know about Doorworms and would like me to give them a quick, like, 1 minute, like, crash course, I do actually have a layout set up with a lot of the, like, concept art and some of the Doorworm art I have that I use as, like, channel decorations. I have that set up so I can explain what Doorworms are all about. So if anyone wants to see that, they can just ask. But if you type an exclamation point, do I have an exclamation point Doorworms command? I don't know if I do or not. I have one for Space Cat, who is my artist who does a lot of Doorworms for me. We were just ironic because I kind of designed Doorworms. I have a fine motor disability, and that contributes to not being able to draw super great for me. And so I wanted to create a simple creature that I could draw freehand on my own, even so it still takes a lot of effort. But I ended up having an artist friend of mine do a lot of the more, I guess, realistic Doorworm art for me, or how they'd actually appear in that world, whereas I draw them in a very flat, two-dimensional kind of way. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, Tony, I guess there's no command for that. I'll give you a quick rundown. Hold on, where's my layout for this? Okay, so, okay, that's just my background art. Okay. These are Doorworms. They're kind of about the width of a garden hose or so, and they're about maybe 4 or 5 feet long-ish. They like to hang out on the tails of other creatures. I sort of I designed Doorworms, and then I designed this other race for Doorworms to have a symbiotic relationship with. This is actually for a school project originally, which is why I needed to be able to draw at least one of these creatures. And these are the creatures that, the people really, that they live symbiotically with. They attach themselves to their tails, and there's a stinger in the tail of the worm that attaches to the host. So their nervous systems and their endocrine systems are kind of attached. A lot of these are just my own character. But here's just some more of the different types of clothes and stuff they wear. And here's how Doorworms help their host. By acting as an extra grasping limb, they hold things like flashlights or tools, or how they originally got their name is, I imagine them opening doors for their hosts. And here the Doorworms holding a magnifying glass, I think, for my character, rather. And so that's just Doorworms in a nutshell. I'm gonna get back to the game. I have my own, I have a character of myself as Lunarian, but he's just me with a tail, pretty much. It's not like, oh, that's my true inner self, or I wish I was actually like a Lunarian or anything. It's nothing really like that. It's just sort of an alter ego sort of character, and the Doorworms are just kind of my mascots. I do have fiction, a science fiction setting where Doorworms Lunarians live amongst humanity, but I haven't really published anything from that, or really finished anything from that. So it's nothing, so you have my Lunarian alter ego sort of as a channel mascot. I think Doorworms I use even more as a channel mascot than my own alter ego, just because the Doorworms are very easy to have as a shrunk down icon, without having to explain what it is, or you could tell what it is, whereas if a Lunarian's head sort of shrunk down just looks like a generic cartoon dog or something like that. So, I guess, and plus I think they look cooler on shirts or whatever, and plus I could actually draw them myself and I don't need to hire my artist friend to do that artwork for me. So I typically use Doorworm stuff more so than the actual stuff featuring Lunarians. Now, unlike on the home console, well, in the Genesis version of Sonic, the Chaos Emeralds are hidden in the special stages. Here, they're actually hidden in the gameplay courses. So you just have to find where they're hidden and collect them. This is the second Chaos Emerald. We're going to go for an all Emeralds run so we can get the true ending. And I actually, if you're unfamiliar with this version of Sonic the Hedgehog, I genuinely believe that this version of Sonic the Hedgehog has a better ending that fits more thematically with the spirit of Sonic's backstory than the Genesis version. And actually, this depiction of Sonic's world that you see here in this Game Gear version, also in the Master System version, was used as the basis for how the island Sonic grew up on in Sonic's own planet appears in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. And because this game actually features the earliest visual depiction of the island that Sonic the Hedgehog is said to take place on, and so due to that, they went back to this sort of obscure 8-bit handheld version, well, really originally made for the Master System, a home console, but they used this obscure 8-bit version of Sonic as the basis for how Sonic's world appeared in the movie, which was one of the huge things that really gave me faith in the movie, seeing it when they zoom out on the island where Sonic grew up on, and you see the 8-bit version of Sonic's world that's never really appeared in any other versions of Sonic the Hedgehog as I'm aware of. This 8-bit version's kind of unique. This map right here, this is how Sonic's world appears in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Now, this is an auto-scroller, which is something very weird for anyone who's familiar with the Genesis Sonic games. I haven't played any of the Genesis Sonic games other than Sonic 1. But it seems that there are typically no auto-scrollers in any of the Genesis Sonic games. So this is the only 8-bit Sonic, the only Sonic game from this era that has auto-scrolling in it. And you have to remember, this is the second Sonic game ever made, so a lot of the standards as to what could or couldn't be in a Sonic game hadn't been established yet. So people nowadays will go back and play this and be like, what were they thinking? How could you put an auto-scroller in a Sonic game? At the time, I didn't think anything of it. I never really thought twice about it until modern times when I see other people's reactions to these Sonic games. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people will kind of write these handheld Sonic games off and these 8-bit Sonic games off as sort of just watered-down versions of the Genesis games, but they really are their own experience that play to the strengths of what these systems have to offer. Because if they tried to just do a straight port, it would have been really trashy. But because they played to the system's strengths, I think they made a more than acceptable... they made a game that's a good game in its own right. If this is the first Sonic the Hedgehog game, I think this still could have launched the franchise the way we know it. Now, what I find interesting, is that in the Genesis... Well, this Sonic the Hedgehog was made to help promote the Genesis and improve the standing of the Genesis and really establish a mascot character that could be marketed toe-to-toe against Nintendo's Mario Bros. Franchise and to sell even more Genesis units. Genesis already having established itself by the time Sonic the Hedgehog came out. But it was really Genesis, the Sonic the Hedgehog, that sent it into the sales stratosphere, I believe. But for a game that was made to be a 16-bit, fast-paced game that really played to the strengths of Genesis, the fact that there is an 8-bit version for their previous generation system is fascinating, because there's a trend now of doing what they call demakes, taking a game from one generation and making it as though it were on an earlier generation of hardware. And here we have Sega kind of doing that themselves. Now, they commissioned the developer Ancient to make this version of Sonic for them. They basically, instead of... They could have tried to direct port Sonic on... Oh, come on. There we go. That's what I like to see. Oh, no. Okay, we missed the continue, but we did get the extra life, so... During the stages, it only shows up to 9 Sonics. But in the scoreboard here, we can see we actually have 14 Sonics. Now, one thing that's funny... Now, they developed this with they've developed this for Master System and then ported it to Game Gear. But Game Gear ended up becoming the sort of version that got released more frequently. Now, in these acts at the end of the stages... Well, these boss stages, they're unlike the Sonic game on Genesis, where the third act of each zone is a full-fledged level, then you fight a Robotnik boss at the end. Here, the stage is basically just the boss battle with Robotnik. So because the stage is so short, they made you have to beat it in a single perfect run where no rings are available. Oh, shucks. Oh, I normally don't die on this boss. I got sort of flustered by taking that hit there. I lost my shield. You can... I don't think in Genesis, I don't think you can bring the shield between stages. Here you can, so if you make it to a Robotnik fight with the shield, you are allowed to you can take an extra hit that way. But because you do have to beat the level in a perfect run, I guess they were merciful and had a one-up rather... They had a one-up hidden in each of these stages, pretty much. In each of the boss stages, which I already collected. And because I collected that one-up before... Now, if you know where to stand, you'll never take damage here, which is why I normally never take damage on this boss fight. Mind you, this is the first time I've played... I played the Master System version earlier, but in the Master System version, this boss fight is completely different. It's a much bigger arena that actually does have the possibility for you to fall into the water and die that way. But because of this tiny arena, they had to... Well, the tiny screen, they had to redesign some of the boss fights. So here's how they did this one. I think I don't know, it could be argued which version's easier, because there's many elements in the Game Gear version that are easier, but then in Scrap Brain Zone, there are actually a lot of times where they add enemies in the Game Gear version that were not in the Master System version. You know, actually, come to think of it, I just thought of something. Which one? I have to look at something real quick, okay. because you're talking about Halloween. Which one is it? It's this. On the left, that's my friend's personal Lunarian character, and that's her Doorworm. She's the artist who actually does all this art for me. That Doorworm is black and orange to be themed around Halloween specifically. I just thought of that, so because you're talking about Halloween, yeah. Her character's Doorworm's name is Trick for Trick or Treat. I guess theoretically, you could incorporate a Doorworm into Lunarians are specifically evolved to be in a symbiotic relationship with a Doorworm, but they do. Humans can be Doorworm hosts as well, even though they don't have tails. They just attach sort of on the underarm and sort of wrap around their host's arm. Now, oh shucks, I keep feeling oh no, can I? I'm going to try to. No, I can't. Ah, shucks. I just gave up a life there. I think in the Master System version, you're able to climb back up there if you fall. Because I did play the Master System version as the opening game this stream. Oh, that was 4 hours ago already. Wowee. We've been playing. This is gearing up to be, as I get more into the feel of of streaming for longer. The stream, yeah, because at first, I think my first stream was like 5 hours, almost 6, and it was a lot longer than I planned on. Then, typically my streams would be like 3 hours, maybe 4, but lately I can make it to 5 pretty easily. As I learn how and how not to sit and stand, and where to hold the controller, and when to take breaks, and all that good stuff. Oh no! Okay. Jump. Okay, there we go. I almost lost it there. That next waterfall, I'm gonna have to jump down there to get the Chaos Emerald. One thing that I never noticed until I played the Master System version, and I can't. It's one of those things that it's hard to unsee, as they say. Now I lost my rings there. I'm not especially likely to be able to get to the special stage now, but we'll see. If I could get a lot of rings without taking any more damage, I can still get to the special stage. We're already almost a quarter of the way there. Hey, we're a quarter of the way there. Quarter of the way to well, actually, I'm more than halfway there because I only need 50 to get to the special stage. Okay, we're gonna ride this down. Now, when they made the Master System version, they took away Sonic's nose, which I mean, when they made the Game Gear version, and being that I've been playing the Game Gear version my whole life, I didn't notice that. But now it's hard to not see that his nose is missing. Okay. Okay. Now, they made that a lot easier than the Master System version. I actually lost a life getting that Chaos Emerald in the Master System version. That was actually... am I playing this on a Mega SG? Yes. In fact, where's my... Here we go. No. Here we go. I don't have... I can't have... Yeah, that's my... This is my setup right now. I've got... here's the cartridge I was playing. I was playing the Master System version of this earlier, and now I have my childhood Game Gear cartridge plugged in there. And what you see in the picture is exactly how it's set up right now. I used to have my camera set up on an angle so that you can see the little black table I have with the consoles. But when I did my first magazine stream, I wanted to zoom in closer on my face, and it's just a lot easier to have it. You're closer. The view on my face is better, and I'm using the Genesis controller. I do have the Master System controller that would have been used well, not with this game, but with the Master System version. But that controller does not have a pause button on it because with the Master System, the pause button was on the console itself. So due to that, and the controller not having a pause button, I don't use the Master System controller when I'm streaming, even when I am streaming Master System. Mind you, the only Master System games I have at the moment are Sonic the Hedgehog and Monopoly. I want to get... I mean, I was going to get Fantasy Zone, but now I already have Fantasy Zone on the Wii Virtual Console, so I want to play the Master System version of Fantasy Zone. I have a way to play it on stream. But but even better, I have the access to the arcade version now on Switch, because out of nowhere they just dropped it on Switch, so I already have it downloaded. Earlier today, I was playing for the first time, because we're watching some of the videos I took in England when I was at the Bluebell Railway seeing steam trains. And I wasn't planning to do this, so I'm like, oh, I wish I had Pinball ready. Oh, wait, I do have Pinball ready, because normally when I played Pinball before, that was on the Wii U. And Pinball isn't available on NES Classic. I mean, on the NES, Nintendo Switch Online or anything, I don't think. But what I did was I have the Arcade Archives version of Pinball on the, on Arcade Archives on the Switch. So I was gonna make a stream just for that, but I played it for the first time. And it's interesting because 96, 97, come on, 99, 100. Okay, there we go. Got the extra life from 100 coins, and we got the continue. The picture quality is fantastic. Yeah, it really, honestly, when they announced that pre-orders were going up for the Mega SG, and getting pre-orders for the Mega SG was not like getting pre-orders for the Analog Pocket, where there was a big rush to get them. I was like, oh, this is up for pre-order. It's going to be able to play Game Gear games. I guess I'm going to go ahead and get this. And really buying this system, pre-ordering this system, was the moment that I dedicated to eventually getting into streaming. Because oh my goodness. Well, fortunately that happened earlier in the stage. Now this level, in the Master System version, has the infamous ratchet scrolling, where, see that platform Sonic's standing on? I scroll up. Now that it's off screen, it no longer exists in Sonic's world. So if I try to jump there, I mean, it's so sensitive that I've gotten, and actually this equivalent spot in the Master System version, like the screen was like that, and when I landed on it, it counted it as me falling to my death. So, okay, alright. Yeah, and I added the Game Gear frame to add to the flavor of playing this on a handheld. When I play Master System, I have this television frame, because most Master System games have a huge loading seam on the bottom and on the right, and that you didn't see most of it on a period television due to the curvature of the CRT tube. Excuse me, I have to find my proper layout now. There we go. Yeah, due to the curvature of the CRT tube, that really wasn't a problem. But when you play it emulated, if it's on Virtual Console, well, that's not emulation, but if you play on the Mega SG on an HD screen, you can see that huge loading stream. So the TV frame adds to the flavor of it, and it helps block the loading seam. Whereas with other 4x3 games like Mario Party 2, or even the Genesis version of Sonic, I don't use that old TV frame. It actually cuts off so much of the screen there, whereas when you play a Master System game, it only cuts off a very tiny amount of the screen, and it helps mask the loading seam. I know I had one ridiculous incident on... I was on some forum where someone was complaining that they got the Game Boy Advance Virtual Console... No, excuse me, the Nintendo 3DS Virtual Console version of Super Mario Bros. 3. And they're saying, oh, I got Super Mario Bros. 3 on the 3DS Virtual Console, and it has all these glitches in it. And we were talking to him, like, what glitches are you talking about? I have the game, it plays fine. It's like, oh, on the bottom, on the sides of the screen, there's, like, all these glitched graphics. And I'm like, that's how the game works. That's just how the game is, because it has a loading scene. And they're like, oh, Nintendo's so lazy, they couldn't even fix the glitched graphics. I'm like, that's not a glitch, that's not a malfunction, that's literally how the game works. And it's like, oh, well, that's just because it worked that way doesn't mean that... Yeah, and I'm doing the dumb guy voice, I guess, but... They were complaining that they didn't, like, change it, and basically what I ended up posting was a picture of, like, the Universal Studios Dracula film with Bela Lugosi, and saying, like, oh, like, Universal's so lazy, they re-released this movie, they didn't even fix it because there's only black and white color. I'm like, that's just how the game worked. So, I was playing it earlier. I was playing Mario 35 earlier. I actually won once. I mean, I'm sure it's more of a matter of everyone else just being worse than me rather than me being really awesome. But, maybe if I beat this... This game takes about an hour to beat if I don't mess up too much. if I beat this and I still feel like it, I'll go in and you're still around and want to see it, I will go in and play some Mario 35 again on stream. It'll take a minute for me to I'll have to just with my setup, how you saw how my consoles are, it makes it very easy to switch consoles midstream as long as they're all using HDMI. Oh, doggone. So close to 100 rings. Actually, no, excuse me. I should have went for the 100 rings, because... Okay. Yeah, if you're still around when I beat this, I will, pop it in and play a couple of matches for you. But, oh, the VOD also does have me playing the I guess the NES arcade pinball. I guess that's the only real way I could describe how the name of that game. Alright, enjoy yourself, and I'll you know, and thanks for dropping in. I'm glad, yeah, is this the first, well, I mean, you've seen Mega SG gameplay before, but this is maybe the first time you've seen Game Gear play of it, because I know when Pete was playing Devilish and other Genesis games, that was all powered by the Mega SG. And I was asking Pete, you know, like, is there any reason, are there any other solutions you have, like, for playing these Sega games other than the Mega SG that you would consider in certain situations? He's like, no, if you have the Mega SG, there's no reason to play any other version, any other hardware if you have the Mega SG. So, in beating Jungle Zone, we have entered the second half of the game, and in this version of Sonic the Hedgehog, if you're not familiar with it, the game does not end at Scrap Brain Zone. There's another zone after Scrap Brain, which you may not be familiar with. So anyone who's not familiar with the Genesis version of the Game Gear version, who was familiar with the Genesis version, you're in for a treat as you see what could possibly follow Scrap Brain in a conversion of Sonic 1. Now, I just want to get the air up here. Yeah, get the air, then jump back down. Yeah, very different musical theme for this this edition of Labyrinth Zone. Alright, we're just gonna grab our air bubble and keep on moving. There we go, take that grounder. I don't think that's the actual enemy grounder it's based on, but it's close enough. Because I think the enemy grounder is based on is from Sonic 2. And then, Scratch was just something from the animator's own imagination. There we go, air bubble. Because sometimes the air bubble, you're gonna get it to continue here. There we go. Unfortunately, we have a lot of leniency with those spikes, as in terms of Sonic's hitbox. There we go. Yeah, and I'm playing this with my own childhood Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge. If I didn't mention that before, which is something I'm really glad to be able to do. Because even if I were to use a Retron or something like that, like, I could use my own cartridge to pull the ROM off of it, but then it's not even, you're not playing it off of the cartridge, you're pulling the ROM from the cartridge, then playing the ROM in a generic in an emulator. Whereas here, I'm running the game in real time from the cartridge that, you know, powered all my gameplay sessions back in the day, which I really enjoy. Now, it's giving me the countdown here. It's being real spooky and scary, but it's not... Okay, 56. We better not... We want to get special stage, so we can't take any hits. Well, we can take one hit, but we'd rather not. We'd rather have flawless victory and take our shield into the next stage with us, right? So... Now, this here is so cool. Up here, you can either get 10 coins, or... You can hit the switch, and it turns into an extra credit, which we're gonna grab. And I like here, the background one, Sonic passes in front of these columns, but the foreground one, Sonic passes behind it. So that's a cool little depth, a cool little detail of graphics that I don't think a lot of people may have even noticed. Yeah, different take. Oh yeah. Now we're at the point where the... Excuse me, mister. There we go. Now if I get a 1-up here, even if I don't... If I get a 1-up by getting 100 rings, I automatically get to keep that 1-up, even if I don't complete the stage properly. Oh, come on. Don't... Oh, doggone. I got nothing. I almost got 100 rings. Even if I got 100... If I got 100 rings and I still timed out, I would have been fine. But I got only 82 rings. Well, I still got a 1-up for score at least. So we have 20 credits so far. And that's having taken a couple of deaths. Alright. Let me just get up briefly. It's getting later in the day. And I want to close my blinds. Since there's now not a whole lot of daylight that's contributing to my scene here. I didn't plan on this, but in getting... Oh, man. A blue light filter. That's really rough. Are they any sort of glasses with like with a sort of filter on it that can give you the wavelengths that you're more compatible with? I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go just take a leak real quick, frankly, and so I won't. Oh, excuse me, that's not what I want. So I will be. Actually, I don't need my scene. I'm not going for a long time. I'll be right back. But I am gonna mute my mic. All right, so has it been so Mecha Kong? Has it been Mario 64 in particular, or is that the only game in the 3D All Stars that you've been playing so far, or is it just Mario 64 in general, in particular? There we go. Because oh my gosh. Yeah, these spikes, I don't know if they really are permissive in terms of, I don't know why, I just feel weird talking with the earbuds in when I didn't feel that way before. I don't know if I just getting up and walking away for a minute just sort of desensitized me to how the weird echoey sound of having the earbuds in and talking. Because I kind of have to hear the sound of my own voice in my skull, and it's reflected in a bit, and it's a bit odd. Alright. We're already nearly to 50. Okay. We do not want to take damage. We want to get an air bubble. Air bubble's good. Spike ball's bad. And there's a 1-up over here, I believe. Yeah, this area is the same layout, but it just looks so very different in the Genesis version. 5, 4. Thank you. Right on cue. Sometimes the Genesis version is even more trolly with giving you the... Oh my gosh. Okay, we got to the halfway point. I mean, if the spikes are overly permissive, then I guess the air bubble. If the spikes are overly permissive, then those spears. Oh please, please! I made it here. I made it here. Give me an air bubble. That was scary. Yeah, because sometimes they're butts and just don't give me an air bubble. When it's clearly in no way, shape, or form a matter of me failing to... Now, there's a... No, that's a different part of the stage. It's no way a matter of me failing to make it to an air bubble in time. They just choose not to give me one until I have to until I end up losing a credit over it. Please. Please. Okay. It usually isn't this trolly with providing me with air bubbles when I reach the air bubble spot. Oh, please. We do not want to take a hit. We're so close to being able to go to the special stage again. We're just gonna let that... And we made it! Okay, we're basically in the clear now. Now, you're gonna love there's a very special trick you have to do to get the Chaos Emerald in this stage, and that trick is going to the right, where the left, where it is just in plain sight, for no reason. They didn't, and it's really cool because in the Master System version, they set up this cool, not quite puzzle, but they set up this cool scenario where you need to get an invincibility block and damage boost through a bunch of spikes in order to get the Chaos Emerald. And they could have recreated that here. They just chose not to and just put the Emerald there. I guess they're just being lazy. Hey. Now, on the Master System version, this pinball stage is laid out much better and is much easier to actually... Hey, we're guaranteed... Oh, doggone. So we got our 1-up there. Let's see how many lives we have. We may have up to 20 lives already. I don't think there's a limit on how many lives you can have. You can only see up to 9 at a time while playing through the acts, though. Okay, we're up to the Labyrinth boss. Now, this is the first boss where I really start taking a lot of deaths from the actual boss. At least in the past. I believe at this point... I believe I'm... Now, okay. It's a little risky coming through here. But if my timing's good... Okay. If my timing's good... I get the 1-up. Hey, I'm still alive, baby. Yeah, we're playing Sonic on the Game Gear now. I hope your favor for a friend or whatever that was went well. And you had good driving conditions or whatever. But no traffic jams or anything crazy like that. Yeah, we're now playing the Game Gear version of Sonic the Hedgehog. And we're about to face the Robotnik battle. Yeah, we're gonna face the... Oh my gosh. Am I trying to... I know what I was trying to do. I'm just not sure. Was I attempting... I think I may have been attempting to use... no, but mind you, in this stage, Sonic has no air supply limit. So that's not a concern. Yeah, I don't know if it was that I was... Yeah, was I trying to use a Master System only strat? Because in the Master System you get basically the same boss fight. Okay, I was trying to do something I guess that only worked on these... Now we duck here. If we follow this, I should basically be invincible. This pattern is... It's not... These are not speedrun strats. This is safety strats. So I do have ambitions of someday attempting single credit runs here. And if I do, this is how I'm going to do it. Because single credit's going to be about maximum safety rather than maximum speed. And we also played... I probably would have been watching my old train videos a little longer. But I just had problems with my setup and operating the... Yeah, because if I stay on the edge, it triggers the torpedo to move to the left rather than to the right, so I don't even have to jump over it. And here I just duck in the corner. He runs... This is the same pattern, too. He's going to come from the left, and he's going to come from the right. I'm playing this with the Sega Genesis controller. I do have the Master System controller for use with the Master System version. But I don't really do that on stream because the Master System, the pause button was on the console itself. So with the Mega SG, there's no pause button on the console. So there's no way to pause the game if you're playing with a Master System pad. So for practicality reasons, and the D-pad looks terrible. The D-pad looks like a nightmare on the Master System controller because they made it a giant square to get around the patent Nintendo held on the cross-shaped like switch mechanism for the D-pad. So that was Nintendo's, Sega's way of getting around it. But it actually works pretty good. It works better than I imagined it would. Hey, so we got... So that strategy doesn't quite work on the Master System version. It's slightly different. But I feel like the Master System version, some bosses are easier, some are harder. That one's definitely easier on the Game Gear. But in Scrap Brain, there are some enemies that... There are some enemies in Scrap Brain that are in the Game Gear version, but not in the Master System version. Now look at this right here. Look at the skyscape here. The dusky, late, afternoon. The sun is setting, the flashing lights, the factories, the skyscrapers. Like, if you were a robot, this wouldn't be a bad place to live, honestly. But, Robotnik wants to make our whole island like this, and, he doesn't have zoning permits for that, so we're just going to have to take him out. Now, for the first act of the final zone of the stage, like that caterpillar there, I don't think that's even there in the... yeah. Oh no! I'm usually able to grab that. This time I missed. Now, sometimes those electric orbs, sometimes they're just for decoration and don't light up. These ones light up, so. And later, they're gonna have flamethrowers that I think are lower down, so Sonic will have to roll underneath them. From this point on, there is no real benefit. And here at the end, we introduce the switch mechanic to open the doors. And and that's really the end of the stage, pretty much. They just have that opportunity for us to see how the switches and doors work, because that mechanic's going to be very important for later in the stage. For later in Scrap Brain. Now, once we reach this point in the game, from Scrap Brain onwards, you can no longer access the special stage. So even though we had 59 coins, we're not going to get to go to the special stage here. these are stages where I wouldn't mind getting 100 coins, because if you, 100 rings, because if you get 100 rings, you reset down to 0. So in an earlier level of the game, you would lose the benefit of being able to access the special stage. But at this point where you can't access it anyway, you might as well try to go for the 100 and get get the 1-up for doing that. Because in a lot of situations, 1-up, like 100 coins, 100 rings rather, will get you a 1-up. But going to the special stage can get you up to 3 1-ups and at least 1 or 2 1-ups and to continue if you play very well in the earlier special stage instances. Now this is where the challenge begins to increase. This is the first maze-like level of the game in Scrap Brain. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's me being too used to playing the Master System version of the conveyor belts are placed slightly differently. Now, no love loss, as long as we have at least 1 ring, so that if we take a hit, we can keep on going and we don't lose a credit there. Now, look at the background here. These flashing lights and buttons. They really nailed the atmosphere so good here. And I think, honestly, I prefer the... Now, we have a 1-up here. We'll be getting that later. But here we have our branching path. This is where the maze-like element begins. I'm going to be doing a lot of backtracking, and it's going to seem like I don't know what I'm doing. But it's a very specific path I need to follow. It's a cool puzzle, and this is really I really played through this stage for the first time myself on stream. And so he actually got to see me if you look at my archives. Yeah, this really was where Sega laid the framework for Sonic to go 3D. That's an interesting take on it. Because I really haven't played that much 3D Sonic. I played Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. So we went back and got the 1-up. Now, this way up here, that's the wrong way. We're going to go down. And we're going to have to... We're going to come through here a second time later on. But you'll see the logic later on. Now here, in the Master System version, that enemy is not there. They're only enemies on the left, on those corridors, not on the right here. Now, if I was cool and memorized exactly how many of these drops they were... Okay. We're gonna have to roll. Like, it's very difficult for Sonic to jump across there without rolling and having a great deal of speed. There we go. So we go into this teleporter. Which brings us here. Now, check this out. We have 2 doors here. Only one of those those doors will open at a time. If I hit the switch, it'll go the other way. I need to get past that door. If I took the upper path, I would have ended up here, and in walking past here, I just would have been here, and there's nothing I could do. I can't get any further, right? Because if I hit this switch, it's going to move it, so now the left door is open, and the right panel is now closed, so I have to leave it like that and come back around. And this room here isn't too dangerous as I remember it, but I don't want to say it's too... Oh, this isn't dangerous. And then now, the Chaos Emerald in Scrap Brain is discovered. You have to jump down this path here. You're probably going to find it by accident like I did. And when you jump down here, you travel to the right, go into this teleporter, and there's the Chaos Emerald. And we'll just collect it and continue on as we were. Now, you have to wait till the flamethrower turns off to make that jump. It's a little hazardous. And we just run down here. And so where we are here is we're just going to go down. And we're going the same way we came through before. This is just like last time. So we're just going to have to make our way down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it okay? On the 5th one is when you have to jump. Okay, I'll remember that now. They're 5. That's a nice, easy number to remember. So future playthroughs, I'll be able to roll through there super fast and look like I'm a speedrunning maniac. But I've watched Fozon here on Twitch. Now we jump through here, and we can continue to the left towards the end of the stage. Oh my gosh. Alright, and we got through there. That can be perilous, but we got through. There's a spring up here. Okay, the spring going up. Very kind of Robotnik to put that there. It's almost as though Robotnik specifically designed this base for Sonic to be able to navigate through, which is awful charitable of him. Okay. And we reach the end of the stage. Once again, Sky Hype. Sky Hype. In an 8-bit 2D game of all things, we have legit Sky Hype. Hey. Okay. Now this is an actual... When I first played through this stage, the Master... We'll play a bit of the Master System version. I mean, I can't even call this a port. Basically, yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. You were in the impression that these were just remake ports. No, these are distinct versions of the game. And like this track here, and you notice there is no time limit here. Here the challenge is in figuring out your way through this. You know, so you go straight, you go down. That one doesn't light up. That's just for show. Yeah, so when I hear people say, "Oh, these are just," people assume that the Game Gear version, straight down, go left, go up, left, go up. And go up. And we go to the left up here. Yes, okay, we made it. That's the end of the stage, pretty much. That's the end of the challenge of the stage. We just can't hit that switch. That switch will put that door down. We just have to go back. It's just annoying. And we're in Act 3 of Scrap Brain, aren't we? Yeah, we're in Act 3 of Scrap Brain. What happens at the end of Act 3 of Scrap Brain is we fight Robotnik. Right? Okay. Oh, there he is! And he's not in a robot. Oh, he's escaping in his elevator to somewhere. He's going up somewhere. I wonder where he's going. Yeah, yeah, this is... A lot of people will just assume that the handheld, the 8-bit, or the handheld version of Sonic the Hedgehog is just a watered-down port. And no, it is actually a distinct, unique version that plays to the strengths of this particular system. Like, for instance, like Uzo Kishiro, who did the music for this, he made a remix of the Marble Zone theme, but Marble Zone doesn't appear in this game. I guess they made the music preparing to port Marble Zone and decided that, you know, Marble Zone, they have all this moving lava and platforms and traps. This doesn't play well to what this system can do. So they made a bridge zone, a unique zone specifically made for this. But then when you get into like Sonic Triple Trouble, especially, if Sonic Triple Trouble was released on Genesis, it would be remembered as a classic. And it's really kind of niche because it was on Game Gear. But by the time you get to Sonic Triple Trouble, you're getting games that rival, like a game that rivals what's being done in Sonic 3. In terms of the graphics and the sound and some of the level design. There's some cool I don't have Sonic Triple Trouble. My childhood cartridge is either lost or stolen. I have to buy a new version, a new cartridge of it. I don't know if the clip is still up somewhere, but when Gunstar Heroes first played Sonic Triple Trouble, there is a moment in that game I will not spoil. And it was just great seeing his reaction to it, because something happens in one of those stages that doesn't happen in any other Sonic game. Now, the strategy here is not to grab... you don't have to grab all the coins. Leave some coins sitting around, so that if you take a hit, you can grab the coins and be safe. That's the strategy for this. Now, that walking thing there, that's like a Bob-omb type enemy. And they are very dangerous because you cannot roll into them. The game assumes basically they're electrified. Come on. Okay, I cannot. I'm trying to get him to launch his spiked balls at me, but Oh, and if I didn't mention this, this is in fact the first modern video game I ever played, pretty much. And I'm playing this. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I was running my mouth, and I forgot that the. If I get through this on my first try, that'll be the first time I ever got through the stage on the first try. And I really only play this on stream, so I can't even say, oh, first time on stream. That's been my first time whatsoever. Oh my gosh. Okay, I just wanted to be able to grab those coins. 4 coin, and when you lose if you take damage in this Sonic game, other Sonic games you can recollect your rings. Here, if you take damage, you instantly lose all your rings. So yes, where the Genesis version ended with Scrap Brain, here, Robotnik takes an elevator to here, which is Sky Base, which is above the Scrap Brain. You have all these girders and propellers and stuff, almost like it's a launch pad of some kind. And we're going to see... Oh no! I almost got through first try. On these stages, you have to do it in a single run. So, too bad for me. Sad day for me. I'm gonna have to take another swing at it. But I think we have more than 20 lives. And yeah, Scrap Brain isn't really dangerous. You notice I didn't take a single credit loss in Scrap Brain. It's not that that level is Scrap Brain is dangerous. It's just that it's more puzzling. Like that puzzle where I was when I was like up, you know, straight down, up, left, and I was doing all that. That took me the better part of an hour to figure out when I first encountered it on stream. Because really, as a kid, I never got this far into the game. So my stream experience playing through this was really basically my first time playing through this. And here's where I goofed up and lost my shield last time. You know, I wonder if... Oh, I did it again. Doggone. Well, I still have my rings at least. I notice Kyle seems to be saying bungled a lot, and I think I might have started him saying bungle a lot. I don't know if he was saying that before this, but I just needed a G-rated alternative to a stronger phrase. Because, I'm not against swearing, but I like to challenge myself to use dialogue that my mom wouldn't mind me hearing if I was watching, if the internet was around when I was a kid and Twitch was around back then when I was playing this. So, no, doggone. So he really wasn't saying bungled before that. Okay. We made it further than ever, so. And no, we're not doing save states today. And the Analog Mega SG, when you play the game, you play it as though you're playing it on a real system, so there are no save states. This is not an emulation system of any sort. Well, I mean, you could say it's hardware emulation as opposed to software emulation, but I mean, the experience is identical to playing it on period hardware. I've lost at least a couple of runs to this. Well, one thing, there's a button combination that you can use to trigger the... There we go. There's a button combination that triggers the menu, and once you're in the menu, it's extremely hard. It's very tricky to exit the menu without accidentally restarting the entire game. Alright. Alright, you freaking cannon. We're not... Yeah! We got through that without losing our shield. We just got to get up to that propeller again. Now, these propellers, unfortunately, remind me of... There's a bootleg... Is this the spot where... No, that's not it. Yeah, there's a bootleg version of The Lion King for Genesis, I think. I think John Sean did a review of it years ago. And there's a propeller platform very similar to these that has an infamous emblem emblazoned upon the side for no apparent reason. So whenever I see these propellers, I think of that game. But here we just have some caution stripes. Now, the cool thing is, what I keep forgetting is these platforms stop moving if you jump. And generally in these sort of games, that's not how those types of platforms work. Okay. We've reached the end of the stage, and look at this. You have a girder here. It's almost like we're on the underside of some kind of airship. Hey, 10 rings! How about that? I do not know what triggers the different... if you have more than 50 rings, you will get an exclamation point, which takes you to the bonus. Now, that's another interesting thing. And yes, as we see, the level we went through was the launch pad for Robotnik's Zeppelin. So what we have here is the first appearance of... the first time that Dr. Robotnik is depicted having an airship as his base of operations, which we see in Sonic 2. We have, you know, the Death Egg. Well, that's more of a space station than a airship. But it was in Sonic Adventure we have the egg carrier. So this rather obscure version of the game is actually the first appearance of a major trope of Dr. Robotnik's in future games. Now, if we go up through here, and I'm going to go up there because I can't go back if I do. There's a stage. I mean, there's propellers that kill you. There's fire. There's cannons shooting in all directions. There's a cannon shot right there. Yeah, they're cannon shooting in all directions. There are bob-ombs that shoot like buckshot, and they're. But if you come over here, oh, I missed it. I missed it very slightly. There's a platform you jump on that bypasses all of it. Now it's still challenging in its own right. There we go. Now, this is still challenging in its own right, but this is definitely... there's really only one particular part at the end of the stage that makes this really hard, to the point where I've actually game overed. On my first stream, I got this far and then game over because of that one stage element. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. It's hard to jump... oh my gosh. Oh my... that is so cruel to have that... they didn't really refine the cannon placement there, because in the Master System version, the cannon placement is placed in a much safer spot, and there are no rings here, so you have to do a perfect run unless you're talented enough to bring a spring with the shield with you. And even if you do have a shield, I think the knockback effect is severe enough that you would probably lose a credit there anyway. But on the bottom of that, because the airship is moving, like the stage is bobbing up and down, separate. Okay, there we go. We got a good cycle on the cannon, so we're not in danger anymore. Oh my gosh. Oh no! That was some tuchus. It was if the slowdown, like, the bullets kind of weren't loaded on screen, so I couldn't see that there was a bullet there I was about to jump into. And you see, they don't even have a ring count here. They're like, yeah, no rings. Don't even expect to find rings here. But I like it when something isn't relevant, they don't have a timer for it on the gauge for it on screen. Like in the stage... like in the stage that had no time limit. The time limit, you know, just wasn't visible. It didn't even say, like... it just lets you know, don't worry about the time. Here, there's no ring counter, so, hey, don't worry about the rings. You aren't getting any. And that's just how it's gonna be. Yeah, this sequence... oh, man. This sequence is so much harder in this version as opposed to the Master System version. Because in the Master System version, I feel like this is almost a giveaway. And if you don't change platforms, you will eventually game over. Now, look what we got there! That's the final Chaos Emerald. Oh my gosh. Do not... This reminds me of the airships at the end of the airship... like, well, the stage at the end of Super Mario Bros. 3 with all the tank levels, all the guns going off everywhere, and cannons. So we're at the end of the stage here. Hey, an extra life. Nice. I don't know if it's the time left on the clock or some... Look at that nice set of all 6 Chaos Emeralds. We've got them all. So all we have to do is beat Robotnik, and we're good for 100% run on this. Now, there's a certain pattern here that I have to kind of remember. I should have watched my VOD of this to remember the pattern. But the final boss is different in this stage. Oh, and I always do that. I always do that. I always forget it's the fireball lights up immediately. And plus, in there are 3 flamethrowers on the bottom, and then there's an electric ball at the top. And I don't know if this is determined, the behavior here is... Okay, I think I got the pattern back. Yeah, but if I stand here, the electric ball always... Now, halfway in the Master System version, halfway through the boss, the pattern changes, but the boss hazard is very different in the Master System version. Now, if I were to run around, the electric ball there actually would chase me. Here, I don't think his pattern changes at all. Now, I need to start... I should have had a timer set up so I could check my, Well, actually, I took so many breaks and stuff, it doesn't even matter. Okay. I'm just waiting for the right moment to... Fortunately, this runs on a predictable pattern. In the Master System version, there's sort of an electric... Oh, no. I was just being greedy there. When I went for that, I knew I shouldn't have. But I just went anyway. But we see the sense of how this final boss works. But in both the Master System and Genesis, well, in both Master System and Game Gear, rather, if you stand all the way to the right, to the left of the arena, the hazards can't get to you. So you basically have a safe spot here. But halfway through Master System, there's sort of a bar that goes back and forth that has an electric force field that turns on and off. At first, that goes by on its own pattern. It just goes by on a set pattern. Eventually, it starts to move based on your own movements. And at that point, you just have to time, like, on, off, on, off. And I actually say it out loud. Yeah, it's sort of funny thinking about it. If I did actually, as Mecha Kong... I postulated it, Mecha Kong kind of confirmed it. I'll have to ask Kyle himself. If I influenced him into saying the word bungle a lot... Okay, I was a frame away from taking a death there. Now, this is not speedrun strats. This is based on safety. Okay. Alright, that was a little hairy. That was scary for a second. Okay. I'm taking some risks now. I really don't need to be taking these risks. Because we're really deep into it at this point. Okay. Oh no! That was... If I just moved to the right, I just had to move to the left. I knew exactly what I should have done, and I just didn't do it. But we still have at least 9 lives, if not closer to 20. Oh no, okay, that was just me being clumsy. That was me being reckless. Okay, serious time, gotta focus. And I don't know how many lives I have left. So, alright. I just have to not mess this up for long enough. Should I be daring enough to actually do 2 hits of damage on him? Yeah, actually I think I can. Because it's always left, right, middle. Okay, actually, yeah, I think I have a good... I think I've found a pattern that lets me safely take 2 hits on him per turn. Okay, yeah, that time I think I got 3 in. Actually, once in Master System has a glitch where I sort of warp into Robotnik's capsule, but I'm not able to do damage to him, so it just spits me out. And then the second it spits me out, there we go. GG. Well, timing stops when you go into the warp. And we got all the Chaos Emeralds. And now in the ending for Sonic 8, the 8-bit version of Sonic, the ending better and more thematically fitting to the theme of Sonic of nature versus technology, of conservation versus industrialism. We have Sonic using the Chaos Emeralds to cleanse the island of Robotnik's pollution, which does not happen in the Genesis version. So I think we have a more thematically superior ending. And in the tradition of the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, when we defeat Robotnik on the stream, we go to Olive Garden. So we're going to... Oh, excuse me. I haven't used this camera setup. It's been a long time since I've... Excuse me. How do I adjust? I need to reset. There we go. That's... Yeah. Yeah, look, and when you... In the speedrun category for these 8-bit versions of Sonic, in which you get all the Chaos Emeralds, that category is called Max Special Bonus, because the special bonus is what you get when you collect all the Chaos Emeralds at the end of the game. And so here are the credits. I remember, yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog Game Gear version. This was done by Ancient. At one point, there's actually graphics for their developer screen, for their logo to appear on the title screen. But they eventually, I guess maybe Sega made them take it out and just have it say Sega instead of Sega and Ancient, which is unfortunate. All these guys, they had an interesting job to do. They took a game specifically made for the most advanced game hardware you can get at the time, and a game made to really push the graphical and technical capabilities, speed, the graphics, the music, and make that for a system that was a generation out of date. And they successfully did so, not by trying to make a shoddy version. Sound producer Yuzo Koshiro, the legendary... Oh, let's see, sound producer... Okay, they got sound producer and music are different, so Masato Nakamura, you did a great job too. But rearranging and original music, I mean, the version of Scrap Brain on the 8-bit version, Yuzo Koshiro, there he is, I think is a superior version than the Genesis version of the same track. Yuzo Koshiro's version has a much stronger, the melody is more developed, so special thanks to Yoshio Y and Lunarian SG, nothing to do with my Lunarians from my science fiction setting, and presented by Sega. The end. So, let's slightly alter our stream title. Do they have vegan options for you at Olive Garden? Yeah, I could just get some spaghetti and Reds. Well, I'm not a vegan. I eat vegan if it's a matter of like, okay, if I use olive oil instead of butter, this becomes a vegan dish, I'll do that. But, yeah, but because I do eat cheese, so I have a few more options available to me. But, yeah, but, let's see. Let's go to the Master System playlist. Now, I have to adjust my layout slightly, because, no. Where's the timer? I want the timer to go away. And we're gonna... Actually, let's just get rid of where's the text? Okay, there we go. Make the text go away, because that text is set up assuming that I wasn't going to play the game again a second time. Actually, no. I'm gonna go through the first... I'll go through the first stage of this. and then you can compare it directly. Well, we'll go through Act 1 of Sonic for Master System. No, actually, no, okay. I have to go to the Game Gear one. Where's the Game Gear one? There we go. We'll go through Act 1 of Sonic on Game Gear, and then we'll compare that to how that looks in the... So on Game Gear, and the Master System version came first, and I am going to collect 50 rings so that we can access the special stage, because the special stage is very different. Now, they did a cool job with this opening stage, because they're like, okay, they didn't have... Later Sonic Game Gear games did have the loop-de-loops, but they didn't. I guess they didn't have the confidence there, so instead of loop-de-loops, they put these ramps to give that sense of speed. And I just grabbed a Speed Shoes icon. That is the only Speed Shoes icon in this entire game. So, between the loop-de-loops, between the ramp that... and the... what got me into being a vegetarian? Just felt right for me. And so I went with it. Oh no! Okay. We're not getting the special stage this time, boys and girls. Alright. Yeah, it just felt right, so I went with it. So that's Act 1. So they don't have the loop-de-loops, and in the entire game, that is the only Speed Shoes icon that's available. So they kind of use that long, flat level to give a sense of speed with the ramp that launches Sonic high in the air, and with the... No, get 10 coins here. 10 rings, rather. And I'm getting a 1-up here. I don't even need it, because we're only going to play through Act 1. Through Zone 1. Okay. And we're just going to... And it's going to feel weird not going to collect the Chaos Emerald, which is what I normally do here, because if you know where the Chaos Emeralds are, it's not significantly difficult. It's not really difficult at all to collect them all. 37, and we're going to have 50 by the end of this stage. And there are far fewer things. 43, 53. There we go. Now, in this stage, there are far fewer things, too. Did I start disliking meat all of a sudden? Not in particular, though there is a funny photo of me. There are 2 photos my parents took. I must have been maybe 4. Yeah, I couldn't have been older than 5. And it's 2 pictures, and then there's like a hot dog sitting on... I'm in my kitchen, sitting in... I wasn't at a high chair. I was too old for a high chair. I must have been 4. And, okay, so check out the special stage here. All purple springs down there. That's all. I just noticed all the purple springs there. And it's one picture of me, just like looking at the camera, and I've got a hot dog in front of me. And then then there's another picture that must have been taken moments later of me. It's the same hot dog and everything, and I'm just crying my eyes out looking at the camera. So I was like, what happened in between those 2 pictures? Did I find out where hot dogs came from in between those 2 pictures? I have no memory of ever not knowing where meat came from, but there was just a point in my life, I guess it was around 2001, where I just like, you know what, this is how I feel, I'm just gonna go with it. I was never... Now, here are... 1-up is hidden down here. Because they made these boss stages so short, I guess they made up for it by having 0 rings, but in return they will give you a 1-up if you go to look for it. Now, check this out. Here comes Robotnik. He has no wrecking ball on this one. He just comes along, he just flies back and forth, and in mere moments, we've taken him out. He's done. But now let's check out the, and I do, because I love showing it on camera, there it is, there's my childhood cartridge of Sonic the Hedgehog. But now we're going to pop the Master System version back in. And we'll do a comparison of Green Hill Zone and the Master System version as compared to now look at all this screen real estate we've got here. This is like having played that Game Gear version since '91, playing this for the first time was like, whoa, this is huge, and everything looks so tiny. And Sonic actually has a nose on his sprite. So we have a much wider level. You can see much more at once. Now, if you weren't here for this, I want to just show this. I have my TV frame here. If you take off the frame, here we go. I was telling Mechakong about this earlier. You could, nope, that's not what I intended to do. I wanted to take off this. Yeah, you can see on the left and on the bottom, the loading scene, they cover it over in this game with the same color as the sky. But at the time on a period TV, because of the way the image was displayed, do I still have a Dreamcast? I never had a Dreamcast to begin with. Let's see. Where's my TV frame? There we go. Congratulations on sticking with being a vegetarian for so long. Well, you know, it's not for everyone. So, yeah, because, and I mean, the frame is, okay, Mechakong, I don't think you've seen this before. I'm going to show this to you real quick. I'm going to go to solar filming. I can actually show you. That is my setup here. The black table, you can see the Mega SG on there here. That's my chair. That's the controller I'm using, but on my final setup, on the right monitor, is what I actually play my game on. And now, instead of that black thing, now there is a VCR with DVD. I don't know, it's a VCR DVD player with HDMI out. Oh yeah, it's a mechanical keyboard from ASDF Keyboards. No, from WASD Keyboards, I believe is the company. And you can see on top of the computer there is on the right, on my right monitor, that's my computer. It's my computer's a refurbished office PC. The kind where you put the monitor on top of the computer. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Where's my... There we go. It looks exactly like... when you look at a videotape on HDMI, it looks exactly as it would on a TV, pretty much. It just looks exactly the same. It's just outputting natively and to the TV in the TV's native resolution. And another thing is, a lot of people nowadays are so used to what a very poorly preserved and deteriorated VHS tape looks like. But when you actually look at a commercially produced videotape that's in good condition, it looks excellent, especially on a period TV. That's like on a Sony Trinitron, which is what I've been using. Which I have my standard def VCR that I use with my Sony Trinitron, which I had done all my classic gameplay on until nowadays with my streaming and everything. VCRs do not look like the typical like VHS aesthetic. It actually looks. I have a lot of like around 2007 or 8, a lot of people were getting rid of their VHS collections that they barely watched. Now, my home-recorded tapes are in various levels of condition. Now, look at the special stage here. We have the purple springs, which bounce you only a little bit. I think the green ones bounce you the highest. The green ones bounce you the highest. And then the yellow ones are the in-between. So you have a much more challenging stage here. I remember playing this for the first time. I'm like, what's happening? Why can't I control where I want to go? I was very confused, and then I realized... Oh, I see what's happening. The springs, the different colors bounce me different heights. And to get that, I think that says Sega or Special or something like that, spelled out in rings. I do have some VHS tapes that my capture card doesn't like my VCR, so even like home-recorded, like camcorder VHS tapes, I've never used SCART or anything. Having an HDMI VCR as part of my layout makes me look like more of a video junkie, like videophile tech head than I really am, to be honest with you. But now, if you noticed, and I should have pointed this out, in the Game Gear version, there is a caution sign with an exclamation point on it. Here, there is no caution sign. Now, you have to go through that in order to complete the stage anyway, so the caution sign really doesn't have much consequence to the gameplay. But in the Game Gear version, they chose to warn you that you're about to fall through the floor But in the Game Gear version, but in the Master System version, there's no sign warning you about that. Now, what I wonder is why they didn't just have a apparent hole for you to jump down when it's clear there's no other place to go. Now, I do not want to die here, because that would be very embarrassing to die in Green Hill Zone. That's not something... I haven't died in Green Hill Zone since I was a very small child, I'm very sure of that. I mean, Green Hill Zone Act 2. Because this stage, there are very few things out to kill you. Actually, Green Hill Act 1 is more challenging in terms of hazards than Green Hill Act 2. Serial Wars, you probably... you probably are more familiar with... You know, there's different video out. Oh yeah, I got a 1-up. And we'll look at the Robotnik boss fight. And I'll get up to take a brief break, and we can go back to, Mario 35 for just like a half hour or so. Not in Green Hill Act 2. In Green Hill Act 1, I have. In Green Hill Act 1, I've taken death for various reasons, but Green Hill Act 2, it's very, very difficult to die in Green Hill Act 2. In fact, I can't even remember dying in Green Hill Act 2 even as a small child. There are very few hazards. And you see, look, I can't even reach Robotnik. I can't even reach him. There is a almost frame-perfect trick to be able to reach him before he comes down to swoop at you. He does swoop at you in the Game Gear version, but it takes so long that, like, the first time I played this as a kid, I remember him coming down to... You never 100%ed a Sonic game? The only Sonic game I've ever 100%ed is the Game Gear and Master System version of Sonic 1. So, I'm going to... Okay. No, that's... Excuse me. I have so many layouts here. Why don't I just go... I'll just leave you with that, and I will be right back to, and then when we come back, we'll play another, maybe a half hour of, maybe Mario 35, and then I'll pass the stream off to someone else if they're around. I tend to say hey when I sit back down, but my mic's usually still muted then, because when I leave my room, I tend to turn on my fan. But what I'm going to do is we're going to go to our real-time console change, and all right, now I have to, where's my, okay. Game audio needs to be at 25.5. So we're going 25.5. And now I just have to swap out the HDMI cable to the switch from the Mega SG. Setup I have, it makes it incredibly easy to switch consoles. The hardest part is just knowing what volume I'll need it to be at for the game I go on. Yeah, now that I'm starting earlier in the day all the time, it is a much smoother, a much longer stream, because I'm not dog tired the entire time. changing the stream info. Alright. Change our stream title. All that's left. Oh, I see the update about the new Smash Brothers fighter is on my Wii's news screen here. I'm gonna love to see the live reactions to that later on, like Roger's Base and so forth. Alright, and we're going to... There we go. We're starting the game up here. Now, the audio should be balanced. This is the same audio settings I was using before, and everyone said they were good. I'm going to have to change my personal audio. Oh. Oh, I have to... You know what I have to do? I have to unmute the game... I have to unmute the game audio. Because what I do is I have the game audio... Actually... we're going to play for... Oh, let's see. I'm setting a timer for myself. Maybe 30 minutes and then we'll call it. Yeah, I have this set up. I have my game output in my test, my game switching. Yeah. Or my favorite bumpers like that, which are kind of famous due to Nostalgia Critic using them a lot now, are those bumpers where the ABC bumpers, where it's after these messages, we'll be right back with the claymation figures. They used to use those a lot when I used to watch the Sonic the Hedgehog show on ABC Saturday mornings, on Saturday morning cartoons. Now, what was that? You know, Sonic Sat AM is the Saturday morning Sonic cartoon from the early 90s. Now this is a really weird, it's really weird playing Super Mario Brothers like this, because they actually included rumble, so every time I stomp an enemy or I get a power-up, I actually get rumble, and this is the first time, and I think the first time ever that there's been a version of Super Mario Brothers that has force feedback. Who's playing... Who got far enough in the game? Okay, I just happen to be getting targeted by a lot of people, because whenever I defeat an enemy, 28 out of 35. I could do worse. Yeah. No, but the Sonic the Hedgehog Saturday morning cartoon from the early 90s, which is, if you've never seen it before, fantastic cartoon. If you're used to post Sonic Adventure, Sonic lore, is, oh, you came in second, died in the dumbest way too. Yeah, I've had a few of those. I only came in first once. A few times I've gotten in the top 5. It's the top 3 that really get you recognition, though, apparently, or get you a lot of clouders, points, or however you want to put it. This is like the first online game I've played since Mario Kart 7 on the Nintendo 3DS. I'm not a big into online gaming. This is the game that got me to pay for a Nintendo Switch Online subscription. You know what? I don't know if... I was not getting this many enemies this early on earlier today. I don't know if more, like, hardcore play... Man, that was just me right there. That was just me. And plus, I'm used to using a Super NES or NES style pad with Super Mario Brothers. It's the first... I never played it with a Pro controller before, so... I do like how you have to hold the button for a full second in order to confirm any kind of choice you make. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, so Sonic Sat AM. If you're used to the post-Sonic Adventure Sonic lore, Sonic Sat AM is going to be a really weird left turn for you in terms of what you'd expect from like world building and lore in Sonic. But it is an excellent cartoon, and it's better than it had any business being. And really, like, there's a whole generation of Sonic fans that really kind of were shaped by this cartoon. and if you're unfamiliar with it, but the reason I'm saying all this, that cartoon is available for watch parties via Nintendo, no, via the Prime Video official, like, Twitch watch parties you can do. So if anyone's interested in that, I would spring for Amazon Prime Video whatever majig, specifically so I could do watch parties of that. And I could do watch parties of that while I'm, like, playing pinball or something like that, because you can't have the actual video playing on your, like, thing. Did I watch Sesame Street? You can see, yeah, dorm rooms really would work good, as a puppet interpretation of how dorms would work. Different artists have had different ways they approach the whole, like, floating eyes thing that are interesting. But, yeah, you can make doorworms work, as a puppet. I think that would be an actually a fantastic way to, you know, interpretation of them. And they'd work good as a puppet, and they'd work good as a rather simple puppet at that. I watched Sesame Street as a kid. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I was relatively advanced in terms of my reading and actually math as well. I was a pretty advanced kid in terms of learning stuff, so a lot of times it bored me, not because of the material, but just because the stuff they were going over was stuff I was already pretty well versed in. I did remember maybe it's just because I was growing up in New York City, but we actually had the Israeli version of Sesame Street, Shalom Sesame Street. And I remember getting the tape of that just because I was so interested in different variations and versions of things. And Shalom Sesame Street was the first time I saw, like, a regional, like, version of something I was already familiar with that was very different, where they had sort of a parallel version of Oscar the Grouch and so forth. Oh my gosh, I almost lost it there. There we go. Hey, we're down to 8, so we're doing pretty good right now. Oh god, gosh darn mushroom. But we have 57 coins right now. And it seems, I'm not sure quite what the rhythm is, because it seems like the fewer players they are, the less I'm getting attacked, maybe, because there are fewer players going around beating enemies. But then I'm more likely to get attacked, because there are fewer people to potentially target, so I think that's how it balances itself out, which is a pretty good game design if that's what's going on here. Alright. Okay. Oh, they're going for warp zones, and warp zones means that if he's going to a later part of the game, that could be dangerous for me, because that means they could be sending me much more powerful and dangerous enemies. I've got so many coins, I might as well use up my... Oh, right. No, I just can't... Ooh, I'm in the top 5. Oh no! No! I could have salvaged... I was so close to salvaging that if I just moved to the right instead of to the left. I made it to the top 5, so that's not so bad. That's not so bad. I could go home proud. Ah. Hey, number 5. Not so bad. Okay, let's challenge again. Alright, let's do this again. This time we're going all the way. Oh no. I do want to get 20 coins as soon as possible so that I can get started on on having access to... Oh no. Now will this give me... Wow, the Fire Flower actually gives me Fire Mario, whereas in the original Super Mario Brothers, I would have just only been able to turn into Super Mario. Hey. Now, if I was playing this on the touchscreen, if I was playing this in gamepad mode, that's what, like, handheld mode is called gamepad mode in Japan. I don't know why, for the Switch, but if I was playing this in handheld mode, would I be able, I bet I'd be able to touch whichever window of whoever I wanted to target, which would have been cool. Alright. We're just going... Hey, we're at the top 12 right now. Alright. And we're... Hey. And one thing I had to get used to was the way it spits you straight back into the game as soon as you clear a stage. Oh, come on. I just want to... There we go. I just want the... Hey. Hey, we're already down to the top 9. Wow. Okay. And how many? Yeah. Don't have a whole lot of coins, and we're down to 7 players. Alright. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna make it over here, and yeah, we got it. I want to play it safe. I don't want to go to the warp zone. There we go. We're in the top 4, so we've... Hey, we're only 3 players left. Are we gonna get Mario Royale today? A lot of emphasis on the, yeah, baby. Send them all to my enemies, yeah. Send them all to those other guys, yeah. Woo! Don't get too cocky and wipe out now, okay. Hey, still top 3. Oh boy. Only 8 coins, which is really real. Oh no! that was rough. That was real rough. Alright. We've got plenty of time. I'll use the invincibility to... Oh my gosh. Whew. I gotta make it past Bowser here. Oh no! Doggone! It was in the top 2. Oh, it was 3. That was number 3. Okay. Okay, that's not saying there are 2 players left. That's saying there are 2 other players. Alright. $15 minutes gone already. Hey, let's go for it. It says I have 15 minutes left. A little more than that and I'll have done a solid 6 hours. Let's do... Well, it's about a half hour left. Okay, let's play it for another half hour. Because at 8... I started at 1 local... I know, I started at 2 local time, so at 8 that'll have been 6 hours. 1... No, at 8 that'll be 7 hours. Okay, so I might as well finish off this hour block, and then I'll... Alright, I thought there was a 1-up blocks there, and I did collect it, so it's not like they just removed it for this version. I collected it at least once. I thought right before the first bottomless pit in the game, they put an extra life. Oh yeah. Now I wonder if a good strategy, if I should consider going in the pipe at the beginning to get a coin box, and to get that coin stash and get the my roulette going, so I could have a chance of getting some good items early on. Hey, we got the 20. I was hoping to get a power block there, but I'll take what I can get. Certainly didn't hurt me. I like how the Goombas have the behavior pattern of a theoretical red Goomba, because Goombas normally just... I'm getting a lot of... No. Hey, that's what I wanted before. Not bad to have it there. Oh no! Oh, doggone. So close. I only need 10 more. I'll get another 10 coins fast. I'll be in the range to get... to start... Nice. Okay. Just want to get myself back in the game with 20 coins so I could spin the roulette to get a good item, hopefully. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Oh, great, right at the end. There we go. Fall right into place. And 18, 19, 20. There we go. Now we're playing with power. Alright. Just didn't mean to actually activate that so soon. Nice. Did a lot of damage there. Oh no. I got damaged myself. We gotta grab some coins. Oh no! I took a hit. It was only 5 other. It was down to 5. Shucks. That was 6th place. Alright. Now you can spectate, but I'm going to go ahead and challenge again. Alright, let's get started. Yeah, I'm going to actually... There we go. Let's see if we can get ourselves up to 20 coins super fast. At 20. Let's see if we can score a good item. Oh, come on. Oh, that for a mushroom? That's okay. We're still in the game, that's what matters. Alright. Oh, okay, there we go. 3. Now watch. There we go. We'll stay clear of that nonsense. Going to get 20 coins. There we go. Oh, come on. Gonna give me a mushroom there. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Whew. I gotta say, I've heard some people really criticize the Wii U's, the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller's D-pad. I feel confident in this D-pad to the point where when I make a bad mistake, when I die in this, I feel like it's my fault. I don't feel like, oh, the game cheated me or anything like that. I really do feel like it is my own fault. Yeah, at 7:45, I'm probably gonna switch over to NES. Switch over to arcade pinball, and play that for another 15 minutes, and then end the stream. Because I really do want to. I want to try that out without having to worry about other games or anything like that. Having to worry about, because I was multitasking the first time I played that, because I was also playing. There we go. Oh, no. Yeah, that didn't go well. Oh, well, that didn't go well, but... Well, that last one before this one, where I was where I was playing, and I went through the cave earlier on to try to get that cache of coins, but it really didn't help me that much. I feel like I just skipped a lot of stuff that could have helped me. So I'm going to take the above ground route through World War I from now on. 7. Yeah. So I'm going to play another 6 minutes of this. That gives me a moment to change over to the other game. And play that for a minute. And to change my title. My stream title, of course. I don't know why, but I tend to target the person on the upper right first. There we go. There we go. Got them both. And we... Thank you, 1-Up, that I did... Well, at least... I have to remember that from now on, that the 1-Up... I have to remember where that is, because I... Man, I'm really tearing through all these enemies. And I'm sending them all to that one poor guy. Well, someone else is probably doing the same thing to me, so... And, like I said, more enemies doesn't always necessarily mean, like, a harder time. Sometimes more enemies can mean you just get a ton of opportunities to attack an opponent, so... You know, I just realized it's not that often that I end up coming through here, not as Fire Mario or ready to become Fire Mario. It's not often I come in here as regular Mario. Alright, let's just get those guys. It was just too much of a risk. Oh, shucks. I know grabbing those coins would have put me a long way towards what I want to do, but it was just too risky. Now I wonder if this is something Nintendo's going to bring back every year, but add one more Mario each time. Like next year, if it's going to be more Super Mario Bros. 36. I mean, I just feel so weird to me to put this much effort into this game only to cut the online for it after only a few months. Because this is October 1st. It is today. This today's the day it went online. This goes offline at the end of March next year. I mean, that's assuming there's still a planet to live on by then. With the way 2020 is going at this point, but this is, with everything that's going on, this is a nice little distraction. Something nice to look forward to. I'm really not going to, honestly, I'm never going to play this except for on stream, because it's a lot of fun, but I'm probably never going to play this beyond streaming. I really just don't play games in general, other than streaming, or Let's Plays. Well, I've only done one Let's Play. Shucks, I just ran straight into that because I'm like, no, my mushroom, and then I just let him take me out. 29. At least I made it below 30. Come on. Now I'm gonna play using my I'm gonna look at my broadcast software and play just to see how well I do with that very slight delay. I mean, the delay is minimal. If I was playing a chess game, the delay wouldn't even matter, but this is a fast-paced action jumping game, so let's see how well I do just looking at the broadcast software. Like this, when I'm looking at the delay through my capture card, when people talk about, like, you see, I can't even do it that good. Because it's such a small, like, delay, but it's so significant. Okay. This is the last chance, last time tonight. This is our last go at this tonight. After this, I'm switching over to arcade pinball for a little while. Just until 8 p.m. EST. And then we'll call it. Let's see who else is. Ooh. Okay, I see some people I could throw you over to. Let's see. No! Oh, doggone. We're going on a revengeance, a warpath. Revenge. I almost said revenge, and then I didn't want to say vengeance, and I ended up saying revengeance, which I think is the trademark property of Konami at this point. Yeah, usually I come here at least with the super mushroom, so that I could have my... When I come in here, I get the fire flower to appear, and I can start taking guys out. 1920, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, I feel super powerful taking all these guys out. Now. And he's out. The guy in the upper right, I mean. But he sent me a couple of guys right before. Send them at the attackers. I set it just to target attackers right now. So we're up to 35. We're pretty... I mean, we're up to 12 people left to take out. Okay. Yeah, you get a time bonus if you already have the fire flower and collect another one. You got really close to me there. You could have messed me up pretty bad. Things didn't go slightly differently. And it's funny, for all I'm doing, for all the good I'm doing, I'm not getting many coins here. Okay, there we go. Hey, we've got, yeah, there's a fire flower. Hey. Listen, it is 7:45. I'm gonna spend a good... But I'm so close, I'm so far in that I am gonna earnestly try to see if we can get Mario Royale one more time tonight. I'm gonna see if we can achieve ultimate victory. The ultimate pride. Ultimate crown, I guess. Or ultimate belt? I don't know. Yeah! Okay. There we go. 7 players left. Okay, after the... I mean, I'm so far ahead, I'm so far along that I do want to finish this. But I do want to play a little arcade pinball. I'll call it Nintendo Arcade Pinball. That's what I'll call it. Nintendo Arcade Pinball. Because arcade pinball just sounds like I'm referring to any random arcade table. It's not NES Pinball because it's literally never released on NES. So I'll call it Nintendo Arcade Pinball. See if there's a machine of it somewhere. I wonder what the machine of that would look like. Yeah, if there was one arcade cabinet if I could own, it would be. And, you know, having a place to put it all. If I had my own hooked up pad with tons of room, if I could play one game, it would be Nintendo Arcade Pinball. I hope it has, like the flippers on the side. That would be really cool if it does. Come on, give me something good. Yeah. Okay, that's... Could do better. I could have... I mean, the Invincibility Star, or the Starman, really wouldn't have done a whole lot of good. I wonder why the Starman is called the Starman, but the Mushroom isn't called the Mushroom Man. Oh, well, I guess the Starman has eyes, and I guess the Mushroom doesn't. Man, these other 7 players, I guess the longer you get, the better you are. They tend to be at it, so they're just lasting a lot longer. Alright. Okay, I see what's going on. I was waiting for him to go back in the pipe, and then I realized, oh wait, that's not a normal piranha plant that comes out of a pipe. Those don't appear till World War II. Those are just going to sit there, chomping away. And I guess collecting coins is pretty important now, too. If I get... Ah! How is... That's ridiculous. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. So he beat Bowser. Therefore, Bowser's sent to my stage. Okay, that never happened to me before, so I was not expecting that. That cost me my Fire Flower, which I will regain right here. Man, all this rumble. I'm not used to playing games that have... I'm not used to rumble in general because I'm so used to playing older games. But all this rumble, let alone so frequently, like every time I hit something. I mean, it's not a bad thing. I'm just thinking, I wonder if my battery is going to run out quicker than it usually would. Because I can't remember the last time I actually needed to... had a problem with my batteries not being fully charged. Though I do tend to keep them charged, just a matter of habit. You're about to buy a bubble milk tea? Alright, enjoy yourself. Once this match is over, whether I win or not, I'm probably going to switch over to Nintendo Arcade Pinball for maybe like 10 minutes or something. Oh wow, a blooper. Oh, come on. I shot right at you. I shot right at him. Oh, Cheeps are appearing now? Alright. Because, yeah, someone's playing an underwater level. So they're sending Cheeps and stuff that normally would never appear above ground. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Oh no! Alright. Come on, roulette. Do good by me. Do good by me. Yeah, okay. Not what I would have hoped, but it's better than nothing. We're just going to charge through a couple of enemies there. Only 4 other players left. A and we'll... I should have waited and I should have collected the coins there. I believe they're Hammer Brothers. Are they Hammer Brothers later in the stage? I don't know. Only 3 other players are left. You know what would be cool? That I wish that as players got knocked out, maybe the other icons could be larger. But I guess eventually that would get too distracting in terms of their gameplay and then yours. I don't know. Maybe that's why they didn't do it that way. Woo! Oh no! Doggone it. Oh my gosh. We're getting closer and closer to the point where it's likely that I'm gonna end up messing up somewhere. $18, $19. Come on. Power block, not bad. But we're gonna grab the mushroom. Oh my gosh, I'm about to... Not like this, not like this. Come on. Oh, come on. All that and the freaking time limit gets me. I didn't even notice that was going on. Alright, alright. Well, not bad, but I'm just going to switch games briefly and change my title. And my category. There we go, that's what I like to see. And we're good. 4. What's high score mode? Oh. Where is... Okay, high score mode is where you compete for scores earned without using saves. This game will continue until you get a game over. The original buttons are same. Okay, size of display. You will not be able to resume the game from where you were playing. Okay, I just got to make a new layout for this. NES. NES. Now, that artwork there isn't accurate, but I just have to adjust the layout because this is a wider monitor than that would have been on a TV screen. So I just want to, comma. Okay, that's as high as it goes. We're gonna Zoom it up. Is any particular flavor of bubble milk tea Kalakaboy, or is there like a usual flavor you get, or is you just always, or you just try lots of different ones? Because I know they're different kinds. I just don't know much about them. Okay. Now, it's showing my high scores on the right, which is cool. Now, I can't actually pause this or anything. Sorry. Oh, I can pause it. Okay. Can I? Hold on. I already just made a new layout for specifically for this game. And I'm imagining, can we make that go? Actually, I'll put that back because it looks ugly without it. I'll have to make a new layout for this particular game. I haven't figured out what I'll be doing in terms of when I'll be streaming next week. It'll probably be 2 afternoon streams again. I just don't know when. Or it might be an early evening, like maybe 8 o'clock if I do late. Like late for me is going to be maybe 8 o'clock from this point on. Yeah, I just want to turn my volume up a bit so I can actually... I usually don't have the game volume up very loud at all, just barely enough so I could hear that it's running. But I do want to hear all these unique new sound effects. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Oh, every time... When I start... Okay, I have to restart the game when I start. When I press start in this mode, so... Alright. And I haven't even established my own high score yet. So this will be nothing but just establishing my own high score in this mode for now. I wonder if I could add multiple instances of the same capture, but like highlight different parts of the screen. Because that would be cool if I could do that. Oh, the sound effects are so much better in this version. And I just love that. I love pinball, and I love the sort of relatively unthemed pinball games the most, where it's just sort of about the machine itself. And we have playing cards and chickens. We have all kinds of different, and seals, all kinds of different generic. This is like the most generic game of pinball possible, and that's what I kind of like about this. What I find so charming about it. I mean, if you could take this version of pinball back to, you know, the Atari, when they're doing their standalone pinball units, because there was this, I mean, the standalone pinball units along with Pong, because there were units that have pinball, that have Pong, but then there were also ones Atari was making that just had a version of pinball using sort of Pong-like circuitry, and it's amazing how they were able to manage to make a very decent game of pinball out of such a simplistic circuitry and graphics. But if I could go to their house and show them this, like, that would be amazing. That would blow them away. I would love a machine like this. And the best... I hope that... It would be really cool if they had a machine like this, but it was dual monitors. So they're actually, like, two CRTs arranged vertically, like a DS. That would be a fantastic way to have done this pinball machine. And have the ball actually go up between them. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, this is one of my favorite games of all time, so excuse me. And this is my last ball, so once I get out, once I Well, at least I set the screen's high score. Now, uh-oh, we got the vanishing flippers now. Yeah, I swear, that must have been a glitch in Pinball, and they decided to make it a proper official feature. Oh, there we go, we're out. Oh no, we got a ball? We scored a ball, I guess? If you scored bonus balls, I guess they don't show it to you until after your game otherwise would have ended. Got the queen. There's no tilt feature in this, so we've got the jack. No! Okay, doggone. Let's see. We're just gonna go with H. Oh, we have to actually choose 3 characters? This will overwrite. Okay, we're actually registering the score at this point. Oh, it's not showing my... So that's 79,000. That's my personal score. Now I'm going to use this moment. So let's see if I can add... Can I add... Video capture device. Can I add a second instance of the same device? I've never done this. I never tried this before. Oh, it seems I can. So I can... Okay, I can add... You can add the table. The high score table. Right there in the corner. Shrink that down. Now I don't know what I'll do with the other space we've got there. But let's give it a shot. Oh man, this is what a great pinball table this is. Now the only way this could be cooler is if they did this, but like in the style of Atari Video Pinball. Because if you've ever seen Atari Video Pinball, it's not just a video game of pinball. They actually have a physical layout. HG high scores? Okay, these are the top players, I guess. How many does it score up to? Oh, it stores the top 100. $70,000. 78,000. Jeez. Now you. Oh wow, that's cool. It shows me. I'm 361st place. That's so cool. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Okay, let's actually try it. I'm gonna play probably one more chance at getting a competitive score at this tonight, and then I'll call it. It's officially been 6 hours of streaming. Alright. But they're definitely eventually going to do an entire stream of just NES, Nintendo Arcade Pinball high score runs. There I'm thinking of the one thing I want to eat, and it takes like 40 minutes in the oven to make it, and I didn't preheat the oven or anything. But that's something, you see I'm thinking about food now, so you can tell it's probably time to end the stream. But I'm gonna make one earnest attempt at getting on the board. No wait, oh shucks, I forget that if you pause in this. Alright. Does it show? So it doesn't. 361 79980. Okay. Yeah, in this version, if I pause, it automatically restarts me. Which eliminates any potentially unfair advantage, which I understand that. Yeah, with these online leaderboards, this is definitely worth the money. Ah, shucks, right? That early on. Hey, Silver is playing Super Mario Bros. 35. Man, I played 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I played 4 different games this stream. Wow. Oh, doggone. Because I played Sonic the Hedgehog on Genesis and Master System, and I played Mario 35 and Pinball. That's 4 different games. Wow. I think this might be the most games I've ever played in a single stream. I mean, mind you, 2 of the games are very similar to each other, but... No, almost got into the bonus stage. Almost. And then almost got into the doggone gutter. That's how life is. 1 second you're about to get a whole bunch of extra, and then the next you're like, oh no, please, I don't want to, like, actually just lose outright. Got the jack. No. Gutter ball there. Alright. Do you want to reset the score in the game? Note, the online ranking is updated at the time of score registration on the next time. So I deleted it. I'm just trying to see what the deal is, like how this kind of works, because now my high score says, well, it says, oh, it says my high score. Okay, it still says my high score from before. But I'm trying to just get a game over as quickly as possible here. One up. Oh, you know what? I just realized this. On the left, it says 1 up. That means literally 1 up. Because what 1 up originally meant was that it's player 1's turn to play the game. And if we're playing 2 players, and if it was the other player's turn, it would say 2 up. I just realized that. That's the first time I've ever seen the term 1 up meant literally in a game. Because I'm so used to that being used as a term for extra life, which is what it became over time. Okay. Do you want to register? It will write your current data on the server. Yes? I have to figure out how this high score table thing works. But, hey. That is... okay. Okay. So... I had a fun night tonight. We beat Sonic, which is the first time since I was playing it originally that I've gone back to Sonic, and we beat it. At least the Game Gear version. We didn't beat the Master System version because I only gave myself a half hour to play that. But we unexpectedly unexpectedly ended up going into Nintendo Arcade Pinball, and then. Well, here we are now. So, we'll be going back to this. I'm going to be doing high score grinding on this for sure at some point in the future. But I want to learn more about how this actually works because I never really bothered learning how to... I don't know how all this arcade archive, what features and everything. But for now, I'll see you later, and thank you very much for watching.